What's good, everybody? It's another day, another day. Now, what I have planned for today is to explain to y'all what you will get, what you will receive when I start the membership. I have figured out some good names for my membership titles. I got some interesting badges for my membership because you get more than just you get more like in reality of it you get more. You know what I'm saying? So I'm about to mute this real quick because I gotta do a video for my TikTok to let them know what's going on. So I will be right back. I'll be right back. Be right back. What's good? What's going on, everybody? Now, I have came up with 5 levels in my membership. I came up with 5 levels in my membership. So, in these 30 days, I'm going to show you what I'm going to be doing in my members only. Everything that I'm doing for this month is going to be for my members only. I'm going to be showing people how to build businesses the right way. So, for anybody who wants to be an actual entrepreneur, I can show you how to do it because I've been an entrepreneur since I was 13 years old. I have the credentials, I have the degrees, I have the certificates, I have the contract. Everything you need, I got proof that I do what I say I do. When I say I'm a medical courier, I actually do that. I've shown all the proof. It's in the pudding. It's in the pudding. And I made all my memberships, it's cheap. It's cheap. It's not expensive. You don't even have to be at the top to get. You don't even have to be at the top of my membership to get what I'm about to give y'all. I have degrees in business marketing and business administration. I know how to start a business from scratch. I've done this over and over. Once my first business adventure was helping someone start a business. I helped a black woman start a business. So that one business is this. Intruso. This right here is the first official business I started. The creme de la creme. That's the business that helps you start a business. Then after I started that business, I got into the vending machine business. I got all the groundwork done. I just gotta find out where should I lay some vending machines. Because the type of vendors I have, because all the vendors I'm the vendor. I don't really need to go get vendors because I know what everybody wants to try out. The type of snacks that's going to be in my vending machine business is going to sell out. And plus, I also created inventions. I have inventions under my belt. Because I can't give you all the sauce, but until you get into my members only, because all these videos you see now, all these videos you see now are leading up to my members only live stream. I'm trying to tell you that it's going to be a crazy one. It's going to be a crazy one. And I'm about to Because I see right now, people are focused. The trend that's going on right now, people are talking about people's lives on YouTube. Talking about people's lives on YouTube. And so, yeah, so my official streamer name is AFK from the Spy City. Because I'm from Hot Springs, Arkansas. AFK means away from keyboard, but I'm never away from the keyboard. Oh my goodness. And I also created an album for, I created an album just for the introduction to my members only live. And also right now, as we speak, I am looking, I'm focused on building this up. I'm gonna get all my tags in here real quick. All my tags in here. Give me 1 second. Plus, my wife and I, we went to Pasta Garage. That food was delicious. That food was delicious. goodness. Appreciate the gifted. Appreciate the gifted. Every gift is appreciated. What can I see? Because I'm also getting why can I not download this? I got too many videos on here or something. No, I keep all that in there. Keep all that in there. What's that say? Yeah, what's good with you? Dan, what's good with you? I just made a post on TikTok to tell people what I had going on with my different platforms that I have. Alright, so if I gotta watch out for the trolls, I gotta watch out for the people who be playing around because I'm trying to build something on here. You feel me? I'm trying to build something on here. But how is everybody doing? Where y'all coming from? And you know something. You know something. Because I'm also going to be going live on TikTok as well. So, y'all might be able to see me on TikTok, but through my members only, the gems I'm going to be giving out from 1-to-1. Then my new phone case is going to be here. So, and my new mic just shipped. Just shipped. So we gonna be having a good one. But let's get into, cause I didn't get done watching all these videos. I didn't get done watching all these videos. So hold up. Oh shoot. Oh yeah. I got a whole sub. Hold up. I got a whole sub challenge. Got a whole sub challenge. You feel me? I got a whole sub challenge. You dig? So let me go ahead and put that in my notes. Put that in my notes. Yeah, so is the title of my album is Back Against the Wall. Hey, I'll be right back though. I'm gonna be right back. Let me go get some grub before I watch these videos. Be right back. y'all, bro? What's good with y'all? How we doing? Alright, so, before I do it, this food right here, this is from Pasta Garage. I got this from Pasta Garage. This ain't that Olive Garden. This is this Pasta Garage. You got the bread. You got the cheese bread. It's good. It's good eat. Good eat. And who we about to watch right now is how Kai Cenat went from homeless to a millionaire. Went from homeless to a millionaire. These are the type of people that I watch. I watch all of AMP. I don't only just watch Kai Cenat. I watch Phantom, Agent, Duke Dennis, Chris Davis. I watch all of them. I watch all their videos. So everybody who gives, whoever subscribes, I appreciate you. The goal is to hit 100,000 subscribers. I want to have the plaque. All you gotta do is like, comment, subscribe. And before I get into the video, shoot. One second. Alright. So before I get into the video, I'm gonna tell you about the membership. Alright. So there's five. There's five. Alright. Now you start down here at the bottom. That is Spy Squad. Spy City Squad. I'm gonna change that name. So you got this one, City Chill Crew. Got to put the price. Got to put the price for y'all. Got to put the price for y'all. Alright. Alright. City Chill Crew, $4.99. City Strollers, $7.99. Spy City Elites, $14.99. Then this is the Inner Sanctuary. The Inner Sanctuary. This is going to be, I'm going to be showing you how to start your business. If you want to be a streamer, whatever business you want to start, I can show you how to do it. I can show you how to do it. Because I am living proof that this is possible to do. Because with me being a medical courier, once I get back to being able to work outside, because the money I make here is going back into my media company. It's going back into my media company. So everything's going to be tax-free for me, from my media company. So let's get this ball rolling, shall we? Let's get the ball rolling. Alright, so how Kai Cenat went from homeless to a millionaire.
Would you guys believe me if I told you Kai was homeless and had to live in a shelter?
He grew up in the shelter, bro. He was in the shelter, bro. I don't tell nobody that. I still have shelter sheets in my crib in New York.
When most people see Kai Cenat, they think of the money, flashy cars, icy jewelry, and millions of subscribers. But little do y'all know, Kai wasn't just struggling. He was fighting to survive. Kai wasn't even supposed to be here, bro. His whole odds were stacked against him, but even when life had him down, Kai always had that hustle. In this video, I'll be explaining to you guys how Kai Cenat went from broke to rich. Now let's go way back to the beginning. Remember when I was saying that the chances of Kai being rich and famous was super low? Yeah, it was difficult. He was raised by a single mom that was trying to support him and his 3 other siblings. He already started life on hard mode. When they hit rock bottom, they had to live in different homeless shelters just to survive.
We couldn't afford to have like a good enough living environment to where we were all comfortable enough.
When his family's lives started to get together a little bit, he started going to high school at Frederick Douglass Academy. During this time, he started making YouTube videos. In his early days of YouTube, it was hard for him to gain subscribers, and he just didn't have much luck.
What's the first content you started doing on that YouTube channel?
Q&A, Master Passes, reaction videos, like a whole, I didn't know what to do. You know what I'm saying? I didn't have a fan base.
Even though he wasn't getting that many views, some of the people at school knew about his YouTube channel, including his principal, but she said his stuff sucked.
My principal called my videos garbage though, because she found out I was doing it in school, and then she looked at my videos and called them trash. Like, I would never forget that.
When you actually think about it, that's kind of crazy. The person that's running the school and is supposed to be motivating students is the same one calling the guy that's doing something outside the norm weird. Shouldn't that principal be applauding the student for trying something new? That's just ignorant hate. But Kai was not gonna let that stop him. After he graduated high school, he went to college and got a regular 9-to-5 job. I guess at the time he just wanted some security. You know, if the YouTube stuff doesn't work out, I could just at least get a decent job, have a family, and live a comfortable life. But that was always at the back of his mind. Kai knew that doing this YouTube stuff was either to get rich or die trying.
When you in your grinding stage, that hunger is different. It's about if you can maintain it or not. All I wanted to do was just work. Once you get that in you, like, you can't stop.
During this time period, he would upload consistently, and then he managed to even collab with a YouTuber named Phantom. This collaboration changed his life. Phantom and Kai went on to be good friends, and Phantom introduced him to other YouTubers. These YouTubers were Chris Next Door, Agent 00, Duke Dennis, and I'm Davis. Together they created a YouTube group called AMP. Kai started to notice that the other creators were just like him. What separated him from them is that they took a risk and they're now making a living off of YouTube. They weren't smarter, they weren't more talented, they just went all in. And that's when it clicked for Kai. If they can do it, why not him? And let's not get it twisted. This is a decision that was weighing on him for a long time. It's not like he just woke up one day and said, I'm gonna drop out. But at the end of the day, sometimes you just gotta bet on yourself, even if it means going against the grain.
Yes, I officially dropped out of college. The college videos is what made this channel, I'm not even gonna lie. But let me tell y'all something, man. When you know that something is holding you back from getting to the next level, it's like you just have to sacrifice that. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm going to miss college deal, but I just came to a realization that it was actually holding me back in the long run. Off camera, it was just stressing me out. Homework, having things coming on that time when I had to focus on you guys. If I know that my dream could work, I'm going to put it before anything.
And I don't blame him for doing that. As of 2024, collectively, people are watching 1 billion hours of videos a day. And 5 billion videos are watched daily as well. And with YouTube generating around $4 billion of revenue every day, this is the more reason to double down on that opportunity. As social media continues to expand,
let's go back to what he just said.
Videos a day. And 5 billion videos are watched daily as well. And with YouTube
dream could work, I'm going to put it before anything.
And I don't blame him for doing that. As of 2024, collectively, people are watching 1 billion hours of videos a day. And 5 billion videos are watched daily as well. And with YouTube generating
$4 billion. You want me to just be sitting here wondering what I'm going to do to make money? To make money. So many people watch YouTube every day. You not know what, you can turn this into something.
Around $4 billion of revenue every day, this is the more reason to double down on that opportunity. As social media continues to expand, these hours and numbers increase. If you see that your YouTube channel is gaining traction to the point where it's making you enough money, especially more money than your full-time job, it's more the reason to double down on it because it's a...
Because look, if my medical courier company is making money, I can double down on this. Because why am I going to stop when I'm getting traction on this channel? Because if I was to stop from getting traction, then I'm not going to get to where I want to be. Simple. I already have sponsorship. The only day I didn't go live was on the 4th. But I still posted though. Kind of crazy, bro. Kind of crazy. I created a sub challenge for my kick. Man. I ain't listening.
One-time opportunity. Not everybody gets a chance to become a famous YouTuber. So even if all else fails, you can always go back to college. But that's not to say college isn't important. Obviously, have a backup plan. I'll leave Kai to let you know that.
If it's going slow, you gotta stay in college. I'm not gonna lie, stay in school. If it ends up doing really good and things are taking off, don't even waste your time in there. I'm not even gonna lie. Make sure you have a backup plan. It's not like you could just do things without having a backup plan. I always think twice. It took me a long time to decide.
With Kai being paid from YouTube now, he can finally live his dreams and do what he likes. Kai is mostly getting paid by YouTube ad revenue at this time, and they usually pay per 1,000 views. The amount you get paid can vary depending on what type of content you post and what niche you're in. So you could get anywhere in between 50 cents to even $50 per 1,000 views. Kai's most viewed video on his YouTube channel has 22 million views. I'll leave you guys to guess how much money he made off that, as I'll cover that later in the video. But let's continue into the secret star that expanded Kai's career.
What is TubeBuddy? Let's break it down fast. TubeBuddy is used by over 14 million creators to optimize.
Now that secret star is named Chris. Chris became Kai's cameraman right after he dropped out of college.
I'm curious how you got to the point where you started working with Kai.
It was during quarantine. He posted, looking for a cameraman in New York. Swiped the f up and I said, hey, I'm here. And he was like, all right, pull up. And he sent me his address and I just pulled up. He explained the video and we literally just got to work.
And this is one of the smartest things Kai has ever done. It helped Kai's channel blow the hell up. Kai used to always film by himself, so that made it harder to make content he really wanted to do. So having a dedicated cameraman made it able for him to do other things. Since that move, they've reached a wider audience and gained millions of views across platforms. They've even managed to go to different countries like Asia and Africa, more specifically Taiwan, Ghana, and Nigeria. These millions of views has made Kai's channels hundreds of thousands of dollars. Now this was just a stepping stone, but there was something else that made Kai blow up even more. If you guys are seeing the pattern, Kai is slowly building his team, kinda like a corporate business. A regular business needs its CEO, marketing manager, engineers, communicators.
But I tell you, since my mods found me, because my mods just fell into my lap. I'm just telling the truth. If a person comes in and they are a cameraman and they want to help me build, we gonna get it.
communications team, sales teams, product team, and more. One man can only do so many things. If you have different people focusing on different tasks, it makes the company or business work smoother, faster, and efficiently. And what made it smoother for Kai was to hire an editor. Editing is probably 60% of the hard work when it comes to being a content creator. And I can say that for a fact because editing these videos is time consuming. Kai's new editor's name was CB Ryan. He has a YouTube video on his channel explaining the whole process and how he became Kai's editor.
Kai basically called me and said that he wanted me on standby to be his editor. He told me that he might need an editor to just be ready. So a week passes by and then he ends up calling me and gives me a video. I ended up doing the video for him. He liked how I did it and then decided to make me his official editor.
Not only did Kai have an editor now, he had a good one at that fact. YouTube has a thing called audience retention. And to simplify it, the higher your audience retention, the more likely your video is going to show up on other people's recommended, meaning you get more views. It's kind of like a positive feedback loop. If John likes this video and watches it all the way through, they show it to Susan. And if Susan likes it, they show it to Jerry. And so on and so on. And in order to have a high watch time, you need an engaging YouTube video with lots of text and graphics. Now this isn't always the case for different niches and channels, but if you're making entertainment and personality based videos like Kai, the editing helps a lot with the storytelling and keeping things engaging, especially considering that as social media gets bigger, attention spans are dropping like crazy. CB's editing work helped Kai gain millions of more views. This isn't the only person that helped Kai get to the top. There's another piece to the puzzle, and that piece is Kai's thumbnail designer. Thumbnails are really important to YouTube videos, and if you don't have a good thumbnail, people won't click on your video. There's a thing on YouTube called CTR, and it measures how many times people saw your YouTube video on their home feed versus how many people that actually clicked and watched it. With those two formulas, you get a percentage. On average, you would like to shoot for an 8% CTR. So for every 100 people that saw your video on their home feed, 8 people actually clicked and watched the video. The higher the CTR, the more views you get because more people are clicking on your video or your thumbnail. Kai was looking to increase his CTR by hiring a thumbnail designer. So in early 2022, he set out to do that. This guy's name is Kinsey Creative. This dude is like the Picasso of YouTube thumbnails. As you can see by his work over here, it's very detailed and very realistic. Because of how good these thumbnails were, it spiked a huge surge of engagement for Kai's channel. I mean, just look at this. Kai's older thumbnails and Kinsey's newer thumbnails for Kai. No wonder why it performed so well. If you guys want to see the behind the scenes of how they make these thumbnails, here's a clip I found.
This? The kick sneakers? What else?
Let me cook.
Kente, why you can't just work your magic and just Photoshop?
I spy on my competitors every day over coffee. Let me show you what I do. So I use this website, similarweb.com. They have a 7-day free trial. And what it lets you do is type in any website, so your main competitor.
And just like that, if you have an interesting looking thumbnail, people are bound to click. In December 2022, Kinsey showed a tweet showing the progress of when he started working with Kai. Because of how great the thumbnails were, they ended up gaining 153 million views and 993,000 subscribers. Pretty much a million. And the crazy thing is, this was all in a course of 8 months. Most people can barely even get 50 subscribers in a year. Talk about 1 million in 8 months. Even though Kinsey's thumbnails were amazing, we can't forget about how creative Kai was with his content. He's always doing crazy stunts in his videos, constantly uploading, so that shows his work ethic, and the type of content he does is always pushing the boundaries of what's possible. The reason why they're always pushing the boundaries is because Kai's always cooking up. He has a super secret content wall in his room where he comes up with his best ideas. It almost got leaked a couple months ago, but luckily it wasn't enough for the audience to see. And I'm definitely sure this whiteboard is the reason why he's came up with one of his biggest video ideas. Like when he was doing the 7 days in prison stream, the Red Dead 2 stream, and his 30-day subathon that was non-stop.
Well, I tell y'all, my Grand Theft Auto 6 stream is gonna be top notch. When Grand Theft Auto 6 drops, I'm putting money into that. Putting money into that. So, cause I already know somebody already want to watch me play the game. Somebody already want to watch me play GTA 6.
No breaks. He was streaming every single day. And those videos brought him so many views. I'm talking about millions. Ultimately, Kai is the product. If you package it right and people like the product, aka thumbnail, title, all that stuff, then it's an instant success. And since I just mentioned millions, I think it's an appropriate time to talk about how Kai makes his money. So let's break it down. YouTube's got this thing called CPM, which is also known as cost per mil. It's just a fancy way of saying how much YouTube pays you per 1,000 views. It can range in between 2 cents to $36. But this all depends on what niche you're in. On the upper end of that is people that that typically make finance, digital marketing, or education content. It's because the people that pay for those advertisements have deeper pockets, so they're willing to spend more money to get their audience to buy their product. These are typically finance firms, educational platforms, banks, and anything of that sort. If you're in the entertainment niche like Kai, based off this study I found, you're looking to have a $2.74 CPM. Kai's most viewed video on his streaming channel has 22 million views right now. So if we do the math correctly, he would have made $60,000 off of that one video. I don't know about you, but that's a lot of money. If you combine all the views on Kai's main channel and second channel, it equals to over 4.4 billion views. So if I'm doing the math correctly, off of just ad revenue alone, Kai has made well over $12 million off of his 2 YouTube channels. And this isn't even the tip of the iceberg. There are other revenue streams Kai has: merchandise, stream donations, stream subs, sponsorships, and even revenue from AMP. If we're talking about Kai's Twitch subs, he currently has 122,900. If we multiply that by the average price of a Twitch subscription, which is $4.99 a month, we're talking about an easy $600,000 every single month. Unfortunately, Twitch takes 50% of that, so we're more looking at $300,000. Over the course of a year though, that $300,000 turns into $3.6 million a year. So that's putting Kai's net worth at around $15 million. I'm guessing it's close to $20 million now because he still gets money off of donations, and I'm pretty sure he gets paid off of some sort of merchandise and brand deals. Kai and the rest of the AMP team were in a Fortnite commercial just recently.
Go ahead, bro.
Here you go.
Nah.
And Fortnite commercials aren't cheap. Based off of how big Kai is, I'm gonna assume he charges $5,000 to $50,000 for a sponsorship, and with larger brands paying more than that. He's likely earning over $1 million a year off sponsorships alone. I checked all around the internet, and I don't think Kai has any proper merchandise right now. I guess he's just focused on content creation and not really the clothing. He used to have merch when he was a smaller creator though. These are just guesstimate numbers, but let's see how much Kai makes off merch. Based off how many Twitch subs Kai has, he has 120,000. With that data, I'm guessing Kai has a loyal audience of 100,000 people that will willingly buy something from him. So let's say the average price of his t-shirt is $25. If all 100,000 of those loyal fans buy that t-shirt, that's a cool $2.5 million added to his pocket. And that's only one merchandise drop. He could do as many as he wants. And then we can't forget about his other assets such as cars, clothes, and other valuable investments. He has a Lamborghini Urus that costs $200,000, a Rolls Royce Coolian that costs $500,000, an Audi R8 that costs $200,000, and a Dodge Charger Hellcat that costs $100,000. As far as real estate, he bought a really nice house for his family, and this house costs in between $3 to $4 million. So with all this public information I got, this brings Kai's net worth to well over $23 million. God, that was a lot of math. If Kai went from nothing to something, I'm pretty sure you can do it too.
Whatever you got going on, focus on yourself. Whatever you want to do is definitely possible. Chase your dreams and don't take any of it for granted. And pray, like legit have a close connection with God.
And if that doesn't motivate you enough, there was a study that said the creator economy could approach $500 billion by 2027. So there's even more memories and money to be made. So what's next?
With God.
And if that doesn't motivate you enough, there was a study that said the
Look. This was published April 19, 2023. April 19, 2023. The creator economy could approach $500 billion by 2027. I already told y'all that I'm getting out of debt in 2026. My wife's getting out of debt in 2026. 2027, we gonna be traveling. The type of content that I have planned, because I'm already 12 months ahead. I already got together a whole rundown on every thumbnail that I'm going to have for February. Maybe my only off day in February going to be Valentine's Day. Just telling you the truth. Just telling you the truth. Like, I know right now I'm seen as a small creator, but just in the first week, I've already reached out. My content has already reached out to over 42,000 people. that have seen me come across. Once I find the right editor, the right cameraman, it's gonna be on and popping.
Creator economy could approach $500 billion by 2027. So there's even more memories and money to be made. So what's next for Kai? He says in the future he wants to dive more into acting.
Let's say 10 years from now, where do you think you'll be in your life then, and what do you think I think of doing? Acting. I want to get into movies and do a whole bunch of acting for real.
And with that, I wish him the best of luck.
Hey! I'm out of town.
Switch to TurboTax.
Would you guys believe me if I told you?
All right, this one right here is about Corey Kenshin. I watched him since the beginning too.
Corey X Kenshin was completely broke and he grew up struggling in a poor household?
My family was really going through hard times. I'm sorry, parents. I have to talk about this. We were poor.
His early life was so difficult, he even got bullied for what he looked like.
I have a genetic disorder. It's called ectodermal dysplasia. Long story short, this is not even real. Growing up, I got teased about it a lot. In the 6th grade, that was the hardest year of my life. I came home crying to my mom one day because it just got so bad. People talking about me. I just felt defenseless.
When most people see Corey X Kenshin, they think of a kind, generous, funny, and religious YouTuber.
Oh, I get you angry, huh? Looks like you may need some crust for them yellow teeth. Why your head look like a white jelly bean? Comes to my attention that a couple of y'all didn't like the thumbnail to my last video. 40,000 comments, huh? What's wrong with this? What? You never seen a black man in a Spider-Man costume? I thank God for my life, for my family, for you guys. I want you guys to know I wouldn't be making YouTube videos if it wasn't for God, if it wasn't for the way He's blessed me.
But little do y'all know, Corey X Kenshin wasn't always like this. He was struggling, and life wasn't so easy for him. With the background he came from, statistically, he wasn't even supposed to make it. But even when life had him down, he kept on pushing. In this video, I'm gonna be showing you guys how Corey X Kenshin went from broke to rich. Now let's go way back to the beginning. Remember when I was saying the chance of Corey X Kenshin becoming rich and famous was super low? Yeah, it was difficult. Corey X Kenshin, also known as Corey Devontae Williams, was born in Ann Arbor, Michigan on November 9th, 1992. He was raised in a traditional two-parent household to Anthony K. Williams Jr., which is his father, and Stephanie Williams, which is his mother. Both parents having a total of 4 children, with Corey being one of them. He has a brother named Anthony and a sister named Alea. He also has a second sister named Antonia. Funny enough, I tried reaching out to Corey and his family for a perspective, but I didn't hear back. And honestly, I respect that. Corey's always valued privacy and kept his circle tight. Maybe that's part of what's helped him stay grounded throughout all of his fame, especially in a world that's constantly trying to pull people off balance. Although his family was huge, Corey grew up in a lower middle class household. His father worked hard to move his family into the lower middle class after starting from poverty. If you're familiar with living in a big family and poor household, y'all know that things get messy. In his early childhood and teenage years, he grew up mostly in Detroit, Michigan, to a very religious Christian family. When Corey was young, he always loved playing video games, primarily the Super Nintendo when he was a child. And I guess he picked up that hobby from his dad, because his dad loved playing games as well.
I guess it was meant for me to be a streamer, because I always wanted to be a game designer. That was my first dream, was to be a game designer. But hey, if y'all are watching this and you're new, subscribe to the channel. I'm going live every day. So for February, I'm going to be working on a horizontal stream. I'm just telling you.
You can see on his dad's old Facebook profile in 2010, he was playing Farmville. But it might not have been the best habit at that time because Corey was addicted to video games. It got so bad that Corey would hide his Game Boy Advance from his dad when he would go to bed at night.
I used to take my Game Boy SP and play my Metroid Fusion under the blanket. My dumb dad.
Corey, what you doing in there?
Meet Devoto AI, the photo editing software that everyone's talking about.
The addiction continued as he got older, on and off gaming and even playing with his dad's Xbox, which introduced him to a game he loved so dearly, Halo. Halo 2 to be specific. And funny enough, Master Chief, which is one of the main protagonists of Halo, is his favorite gaming character. Another game he fell in love with was Resident Evil on the PlayStation. Corey said he would play that game all the time.
Resident Evil. Oh my gosh, I've played through all of the Resident Evils except for 3, and I've gotten halfway through this one.
Aside from gaming, Corey grew up with other hobbies and interests, such as dancing, the drums, and anime and manga. Speaking about anime, I'm currently watching Bleach and Gachiakuda, and oh my god, they're so good. I definitely recommend you watching, if you like anime. Anyways, back to the point, Corey's lifestyle seemed somewhat peaceful at this point, but that was far from the truth. Corey constantly got bullied in his younger years just cause what he looked like. Unfortunately, he was suffering from a condition called ectodermal dysplasia. It's a rare genetic disorder that he inherited from his father, where he only has 24 teeth instead of 32, and he barely has any hair on his body.
I have a genetic disorder. It's called ectodermal dysplasia. Long story short, this is not even real. Growing up, I got teased about it a lot. In the 6th grade, that was the hardest year of my life. I came home crying to my mom one day because it just got so bad. People talking about me. I just felt defenseless.
This medical condition made Corey super insecure. It got so bad to the point that when he would talk to people, he would try to hide his teeth. I genuinely feel bad for Corey because that was completely out of his control. It's not like he asked for this to happen to him or to be born with it. Because money was tight within his family, he couldn't afford to get the proper treatment for the condition. So Corey was just stuck wearing braces that didn't even fix the issue.
Unfortunately, my family was going through financial problems and I was unable to continue my treatment and going to my orthodontist appointment. So I just had these braces in my mouth that weren't doing anything for years.
I don't want to get too far into the future, but as you guys can tell now, Corey is doing much better for himself.
Obviously, making YouTube money now. I've been finally able to tackle this lifelong disorder and actually fix this. Hey, I got these right here though,
and I'm sure Corey is super grateful for his fans 1,000 times over for helping make this happen. As time went on, it was now the year 2009. Corey X Kenshin was 16 years old at this time and going through the motions of life. Keep in mind, he didn't get his teeth fixed until his mid-20s, so he was still insecure of himself. But with sheer willpower, Corey decided to step out of his shell. He got inspired to start making YouTube videos by a YouTuber named ND Titan Lady, who was a huge YouTuber at the time in 2009. Her videos were about funny stories and experiences that people could relate to.
She was the funniest YouTuber, most coolest girl like I've ever watched on YouTube. Watching her talk about stuff on YouTube, and you know, I had a couple of funny things that happened to me in high school and stuff like that, so I was like, you know, I could make a YouTube video too, and that's pretty much how it happened.
It seems like Corey took a real liking to her because he even thought she was attractive. Anyways, that's besides the point. Her impact led Corey to create his first YouTube channel on April 26, 2009. That's actually funny because 2009 was the year I created my first YouTube channel too. But I was like 9 years old, so the concept of being a YouTuber and getting paid for it was still fairly new. People just made videos for fun, and if you didn't make videos, you just went there to watch dumb and funny content. Nowadays, everybody wants to be a YouTuber and get paid for doing what they love. It's crazy how times have changed. Corey would name his YouTube channel Corey X Kenshin based off the popular manga and anime series called Rurouni Kenshin, also known as Samurai X. He really liked the main character, whose name was Kenshin Himura, so he took the name Corey, added an X, and then put Kenshin, and it was history from there.
My YouTube name is Corey X Kenshin. Kenshin is a samurai based from an anime called Rurouni Kenshin. He is a samurai, he is top shelf. Alright, this dude is unbeatable. I loved him so much, and that's why I named my YouTube Corey X Kenshin, because I wanted to be like him.
After locking in his name, Corey uploaded his first YouTube video called Girls in Particular on May 25th, 2009, 1 month after he started his channel. In this video, Corey would talk about his experience with girls after getting rejected by one.
Yeah, I'm aware that I don't look like Will Smith, but guess what? You are pretty. Hello?
I like making my podcast. I don't like making short clips of my podcast. So the AI chooses the best.
From there, Corey just started posting randomly, and it was mostly skits and vlogs, with the topics mostly being about his school life or relatable moments.
I saw you talking to that Nikki girl on Facebook. Well, yeah, she is my friend.
He would make these skits alone or sometimes with his close friends, Terrence, which is one of his best friends, and his other best friend, Brandon, who streams on Twitch now. Most of his videos didn't really perform well, but at least Corey was enjoying it. He had some hits here and there, but nothing too significant. And it was mostly because Corey didn't really have a clear direction for the channel. He was just having fun with what made him happy. It was now the summer of 2010, and young Corey Kenshin finally graduated Southfield High School, and he later graduated from the International Academy of Macomb with an International Baccalaureate diploma. That just goes to show you that Corey was a disciplined and smart guy from the beginning. An IB diploma is no joke. It's basically college prep on steroids. You get to earn college credit in high school and skip introductory courses in college. Corey got accepted into Michigan State University in 2010 studying media arts. On his free time, he would still make YouTube videos with the same format.
One thing that I liked about myself though is I was really fearless. Like when it came to like holding the camera out and talking to yourself in public, it's not that easy to do like when you're first like getting used to doing it.
By the way, if you guys want to learn about how to become a YouTuber or streamer or
Cause look, like I had no problem holding a camera in front of my face while talking, but the price on the cameras I'm going to buy, I'll be mad because some people will try to steal them. That's the only reason why I don't be doing no streaming outside, because I've seen some streamers go into these places. They go into Target, Walmart, and you can't have your camera on. And I be so confused. But there's a camera I can just clip on me and have a POV camera. So that people won't even know what I'm doing. They'll just see a camera on me and they'll be wondering, is it on? This, that, and the other.
any type of content creator, I just released my first book that teaches you how to do so. This took me 2.5 months to make, so I would appreciate it if you guys checked it out. And if you're super serious about it, you can buy the book. The link is in the description, and I cover everything from how to start your channel, content strategy, and blowing up your social media profile, what topics to create, and how to make money. And trust me, my insight is valid, because I've helped a bunch of other creators and companies you might know grow their YouTube channels, social media profiles, and their streaming careers to hundreds of thousands to even millions of subscribers and followers. And I've built my own personal YouTube channel to 300,000 subscribers prior to posting on this Kayama channel, and this channel is even more proof that I can do it again. Anyways, I want to be transparent with you guys, as ultimately my goal with this channel is to help anybody out that wants to become a creator or make some money. I appreciate you listening. Corey kept up the consistency but still uploaded occasionally. He would then disappear randomly for 8 months. On December 26, 2010, he then came back on August 7th, 2011, uploaded 2 videos, and then on September 30th, 2011, Corey just randomly disappeared. He stopped uploading and went on a 2-year hiatus. This was the first time Corey ever disappeared from the internet like that, with no trace, no message, no nothing, because he clearly had a decent upload schedule. Not much is really known about this time period, besides the fact that Corey thought a lot about what his life would have been like if he was accepted to the University of Michigan. Even though he had really good grades and a solid group of friends, Corey still felt like something was missing. He really wanted to go to the University of Michigan because that was his first choice, but he got rejected by that school when he first applied in 2010. Corey was eventually convinced by his dad to apply to transfer to University of Michigan. Corey had a lot of doubts and he thought that he wasn't going to get accepted, but after months of patiently waiting, he was accepted to his dream school in 2012, and he came into this university being a computer science major. But because his major was so different from his other university, because he switched from media arts to computer science, Corey was technically a freshman and he had to start back from zero. So he still had 4 more years of school left instead of 2. His predicted graduation year was supposed to be 2014, but now it was pushed up to 2016. It was a bittersweet moment for Corey. On one end, he's finally in his dream university, but with the downside of having to stay in school for 2 years longer. This whole situation could have been one of the reasons why Corey took his first break from YouTube. He probably had to lock in for school and didn't want any distractions, especially with a mentally intensive major like computer science. Needless to say, there were many more hiatuses coming. On July 4th, 2013, Corey X Kenshin randomly returned to YouTube and uploaded a funny skit about getting his butt whooped as a kid. He had some other videos in this time period too, but most of them are unavailable, private, or deleted. After a 2-year-long break, you change a lot as a person. While Corey was doing his computer science degree, he found other types of content much more interesting, and in particular, gaming content. So Corey X Kenshin wanted to reinvent himself, and just like Corey was inspired by Natalie Duran, aka ND Titan Lady, Markiplier and Yami Mash inspired Corey to make gaming content, as they were one of the early pioneers of comedic gaming walkthroughs on YouTube, and Corey loved watching their videos. So he got his super cheap laptop that he probably used for school and started filming him playing low-budget horror games. It wouldn't be until October 24th, 2013 would mark the day Corey posted his first gaming video of a game called Whitefinger.
Yeah, so also in February, I will be doing some gaming while I'm streaming. I will be doing that while I'm streaming. This man, look, I'm trying to tell y'all, February is gonna be one of them ones. And all the money I make on this platform, on any platform, is going back into my YouTube channel. So I'll be so real with y'all to the point to where when I hit a certain mark, y'all will know how much I made each month, because all the money will be going back into the channel. Like I'll take a small percentage. Like I'll say if I make over 1,000 or more, 10% goes to church, and I'll get 5%, and I'll save it, and then all the rest of the money goes back into the channel, getting new cameras. Because I gotta get new cameras, gotta get new mics. I'm going to be upgrading to a PC. Because I started out with a MacBook. And the model I had was so old. It was so old that I wasn't able to stream on OBS, but I was able to stream on streaming.
I found a free print-on-demand Shopify app takes care of everything. No inventory, no shipping, and I only pay when I make a sale. Listen to...
Okay, that's enough for today. I can't play scary games for too long.
Little did Corey know, playing scary games for a long time would be the backbone of his career. This era served as the blueprint of the eventual evolution of the Corey we know today. Shortly after Corey's first horror gameplay, he uploaded a Happy Wheels video, which would be a frequent series that would return on his channel multiple times. He'd also record his first playthrough of a game called Super Punch-Out on the SNES. Corey would play a lot of games, but they'd mostly be RPG horror games games, and some other stuff he could run on his cheap laptop, and also Battlefield 4 on his PS4. Corey would upload once or twice a day during this time period, and he would take some breaks from time to time, but it wasn't significant enough for people to care or say anything about it. To Corey's surprise, the mixture of his consistency and these gameplays, coupled with his crazy reactions and comedic personality, helped Corey's channel grow a lot. We also can't forget about the first mover advantage that Corey had, which basically means the benefit a company or person gains by being the first to a market of a new product, service, or idea. And in this case, Corey was one of the first people to record actual entertaining commentary gameplays and horror gameplays. Not a lot of people were doing this because it was the year 2013. YouTube was still fairly new. It had only been out for 8 years at this point. All of this combined helped Corey reach his first 1,000 subscribers on February 24th, 2014. Shortly after, Corey had a goal to hit 10,000 subscribers.
I want to eventually, and I know it's probably going to take a long time, reach 10,000 subscribers.
And honestly, the rest was just history from here. Corey uploaded twice.
Yeah, so right now, I'm closing in on 3,000 subscribers. So I want to be my first goal is to hit the goal at the top. That's the final goal. But I want to hit 10,000 subscribers, 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, 50,000. 60,000, 70,000, 80,000, 90,000. Because when we hit 100,000 subscribers, I'm doing like all the money I make on this channel that goes into this channel. I'm going to do a giveaway when we hit 100,000 subscribers. So whatever amount that we make when we hit 100,000 subscribers, I am going to do a crazy video. I'm gonna do a crazy video.
A day, took feedback from his audience, which
because like I have, let's see, so just to make it better, I have 1, 2, 3, I have 5 YouTube channels. I already have another channel that has over 1,100 subscribers. I already have another channel that got that. So one second. So you can also subscribe to that's my what I just put in. That's my other channel that has 1,100 subscribers. Since the algorithm is already working over here, that could be another channel that I can make YouTube partners, and I would have 4 channels. And I would do all my challenges over there. I would do crazy challenges over there, but you'll have to pay super chats for me to do those crazy challenges.
Gave him a loyal community early on. Then he started growing out of control from 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, eventually hitting 10,000 subscribers on August 18th, 2014.
Here we are, guys, at 10,000 subscribers. I want to thank God, my Father, for giving me the opportunity to even do this, to even meet so many wonderful people like yourselves, to even do something like play video games and it bring happiness to so many people. You guys are a blessing to me.
A blessing indeed, because Corey's fans were pretty much like family to him. So much so that on July 31st, 2014, 1 month before hitting his 10,000 subscriber goal, he would say a phrase that he would say in every single one of his videos in the future.
Why don't you go ahead and samurai slice that like button?
On top of that, Corey gave his audience a name too.
How about the samurai?
Corey had an established name and relationship with his audience, which built their bond further. Keep in mind, it was still the year 2014. This was the timeline Corey started growing as an actual creator and making a name for himself. And that was the same year a legendary game came out called Five Nights at Freddy's. August 8th, 2014 was the day it dropped, and huge YouTubers at the time like Markiplier and Jacksepticeye were recording it. Corey X Kenshin noticed this, and he thought, I can do this but better. Well, maybe not better, but maybe he just wanted to put his own spin on it. So on August 12th, 2014, Corey X Kenshin dropped his first Five Nights at Freddy's video.
What's up, YouTube? What's going on? Corey Kenshin here, and welcome to Five Nights at Freddy's. No, this isn't gonna be a good time. This is not. Look at that bear, though. Look at that!
Corey would then upload 7 videos on this series, each of them exploring the nights that you have to survive at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Although Corey was having fun making these videos, there was a science to it. Corey was already known as a horror gameplay YouTuber. Also, Five Nights at Freddy's was already growing in popularity in that same niche that Corey dominated on. So this allowed Corey's videos to go viral, with each of them getting millions of views and subscribers. And that's just a surface level of everything. It gets even deeper. Corey X Kenshin maintained an entertaining persona throughout this whole series, and he uploaded daily. There's this thing on YouTube called average view duration and watch time. Average view duration measures the percentage of how many people watched your video throughout, and watch time is the number of hours people spent on your video. So the higher your view duration, the higher your watch time. YouTube wants people to stay on their platform and watch more videos, so your video has to be entertaining to get that high viewer duration and watch time. Have you guys ever watched a streamer or YouTuber and thought, why do people watch this guy? He's so boring. Corey did the complete opposite of that. To maintain viewers' attention, he would have high energy videos with lots of charisma. There were so many emotions going on in his videos, from laughter to straight chaos, fear, and rage.
What happened?
Oh no! Corey's reactions made the game feel less scary and more funny, honestly, because of how viral Corey's Five Nights.
See, that y'all know, like, I'm learning from these. I'm learning from these videos. I'm learning from these videos. I'm learning from every one of these videos. I'm taking in all the information.
To Freddy series was, as well as his awesome personality, it got the attention of the creator of the game, Scott Cawthon. He would make comments on Corey's videos encouraging him to keep going with the series and make more videos. And when Corey finished the 6th night of Five Nights at Freddy's, Scott congratulated Corey. This helped start a friendly relationship between Corey and Scott Cawthon, the creator of Five Nights at Freddy's. The Five Nights at Freddy's series wasn't just a couple viral videos that made Corey's career. It was now the connection between the future of what Corey would be and the general YouTube audience that wanted to see Corey succeed and be a supporter of him. From that point on, Corey locked in and remained consistent. He would upload every single day, and this wasn't just in vain, because he was blowing past milestones from 20k, 30k, and even 40k. Corey's hard work was paying off because he finally hit 50,000 subscribers by the end of 2014. Funny enough, Corey hit 50,000 on January 1st, 2015, just in time for New Year's.
We just hit 50,000 Samurai brothers and sisters, another celebratory yeet.
First, I want to get into my brother's New Year resolution. Be outdoors more often. Get all A's and B's for this entire year. Working really hard at YouTube and reaching my goal of 100,000, you know what I'm saying? Go to any convention whatsoever and meet some of you samurai. Walk more like Christ.
As time went on, Corey's influence became much more noticeable. So much so that he met his first fan, or if you want to say samurai, in real life.
There was a samurai brother. He messaged me on my Facebook page. Don't think this is weird or anything, but in your moving video, I know what building that is, and I'm coming for that, but... No, he didn't say that.
Nah, that's crazy.
Yeah, I know what building that is. I go to Michigan too. You think it'd be cool to meet? And I was like, yo, you go, oh my god. My videos really helps him, and I just wrote like Corey X Kenshin.
Cause look, when I hit 10,000 subscribers, I would go to, because I want to go to a anime con place. To meet the people who subscribe to my channel. That would be a blessing to do. That'd be a blessing to do. I would like to do that.
And I put like my bro Steven. I drew like a sword on there.
This moment really made Corey realize that this YouTube stuff isn't a joke. He's actually influencing people. It's one thing to see the YouTube comments online and the likes and views, but it's another thing to see the real flesh and blood of a person that actually likes you as a real human being. This support from Corey's fan base wouldn't stop here. In the same year, in 2015, Corey wanted to attend PAX East, which is a large gaming and gaming culture convention held every year in Boston, Massachusetts. Now, there was a problem. The tickets were $736, and Corey didn't have enough money to go. So what could Corey do in this moment? His family couldn't pay for him because they had other priorities to worry about. So Corey turned to his samurai and tried to start a fundraiser to raise $736 to go to PAX East. He announced this on February 4th, 2015, and said that he would do a live stream to raise donations. But that wasn't needed because he blew past the goal and the samurai raised $741.19 before the live stream even started. It's crazy how much power his audience had back in the day. It just goes to show you how much people loved Corey then and even.
Bro, I'm trying to tell y'all, bro, like, whatever y'all want to see me do on here, I will do it. If it's something weird, if somebody says something weird that I have to do on here, you gotta send a super chat. You gotta send a super chat. I have put alerts on when people subscribe, when people super chat. You will see different badges show up. Man, that's crazy.
Now, Corey was a reflection of his fan base, as he was a positive, God-fearing, and respectful person. You are what you attract in this life. So the people that supported him were people with similar character traits. Corey's fan base was super positive.
I'm going to PAX East.
Any new follower that follows you on Instagram will get this message automatically. This is ManyChat's new follow to DM feature. It allows you to send an automatic DM to any new follower on your Instagram profile. Literally the best way to invite people to resources that would fit whatever
is going down. In all seriousness, I've just gotten word that I'm going to be able to attend PAX East 2015. Thank you so much, you guys. This is thanks to the support, the love, the amazingness that you guys show my channel. I never would have been able to apply to get this media pass without you guys. That is proof right there. Set goals and work towards them, dude, and you will freaking literally look up and be accomplishing your goals. So thank you all so much once again. This is thanks to you.
Name for y'all. I want to come up with a name. That's what I'm focused. I'm focused on creating a name for my community. Like, I have a Discord that's connected to this. I have a Discord connected to this. Like, it's kind of. I'm part of the Phantom Troop.
I thank God, my Father, for this opportunity.
Corey was super blessed to have such a supportive fan base and a strong faith in God. From this point out, everything from here was history. When Corey went to PAX East, he met a bunch of his YouTube inspirations. Yami Mosh.
Yami Mosh! Hello! Oh, my God! Yami Mosh! Yeah. I love you, man. I love you, man.
And Jacksepticeye.
Nice to meet you, man. Yeah! Like a boss!
After this event, Corey had a huge realization. He could really lock in and make this YouTube stuff a reality and do this full time. Meeting his idols made his dream feel more tangible.
I've grown another thirst to become a better YouTuber than I've ever been. Just seeing them all gathered in one place, and I was just looking at all their content. I was just like, man, I need to step my game up. Not only do I look up to them because they're cool guys, but they actually push me to produce better content in to not just half-butt my videos and not do any cool editing or not just doing the best that I can with, you know, the time that I have. So yeah, I was getting really motivated in there.
Corey took this initiative seriously. So on April 23rd, 2015, Corey announced to his audience that he was gonna chase his dreams and become a full-time YouTuber. With that being said, Corey didn't have enough time for school because he was so busy making content. And quite honestly, he saw more positive benefits out of that. Mentally, spiritually, and financially. And speaking about financially, Corey X Kenshin's most viewed YouTube video has over 58 million views. YouTube's got this thing called CPM and RPM, which means cost per mil and revenue per mil. CPM is how much money advertisers are willing to pay for your content per 1,000 views. YouTube takes a 45% cut, which turns into RPM, which is how much you get paid per 1,000 views. Corey X Kenshin makes gaming content, which has an average CPM of $4.55. With YouTube's 45% cut, his RPM would be $2.50. Now that I just gave you all that info, I'll leave you guys to do the math as to how much Corey X Kenshin made off of that one video. If you can't do it yourself, don't worry. I explain it later on in the video, so keep watching. To refresh your memory, that visit to PAX East inspired Corey, and Corey decided to go all in on YouTube.
I wanted to drop out of school.
Ultimately, he decided to drop out of his dream school, University of Michigan, to pursue YouTube full-time.
I am leaving my university and I'm going to be doing YouTube full-time for 1 year.
He had an ultimatum that he would post every single day for a year, and if he reached over 150,000 subscribers, he would continue doing YouTube. And if not, he would go back to college and stop doing YouTube altogether.
The goal would be 150,000 subscribers. After 1 year of doing this, then I would keep doing it for another year. If not, I'm coming back to university. That would mean that I would need to step away from YouTube. It really sucks.
Corey had a
I don't have no ifs, ands, or buts about it because I make money outside of this realm of YouTube. I make money outside of this. So all the money I make for YouTube is going toward back to YouTube. I make money outside of this to pay for things in the house. So all the money I make on here is going straight into YouTube. So for this year, I'm going to be streaming every day. I might be the only streamer who's on here every day. I'm gonna put a dot on. I'm gonna put 365 darts at the board. This is the 10th dot. This is the 10th dart. This is the 10th dart. So this full year, 365 videos. I'm doing 365 videos. You know what I'm saying? Because I already have 1,500 I've done on YouTube. Every live video is going to be done. I'm also going to drop short videos as promo. And the money I make from my United Masters, that's just more money. I have dropped I'm dropping an album in February. It's called Face Them Alone. I'm dropping another album in September 27th. But for you to listen to my new music, you would have to be joining the membership. And you don't even have to spend that much. It's $1.99 a month. I made it the cheapest because I know how much expensive things are in this world that we live in. So I made it $1.99 a month. I know everybody got $1.99. I know everybody has $1.99. I ain't hitting your pockets. Your pockets is safe. You can stay in the $1.99 range, the $4.99. You can stay in the $1.99 range, the $4.99 range, or even if you want to do the $7.99 range. But everything that I'll be giving things away for free. Meaning you're not gonna have to pay for the merch. If you want to pay for the merch, that's cool. But I'm going to wake up my merch website, which is wasnevermedia.com, where all my clothing is going to be. Because I got print on demand. I don't have I keep all the money. I got discounts that never expire, so
Around 75,000 subscribers.
There are now 70,000. 70,000. How many zeros that is, I do not and will not ever understand.
Which is a massive number when you consider it's still 2015. Being a YouTuber was still a foreign concept to most people. And I can relate because I was 15 around that time and had my own YouTube channel that was making me money. It was under a different name and completely separate from the channel you're watching right now. And it wasn't like I was making full-time money. It was just a couple $100 here and there. But it was still pretty cool for somebody my age. But people back
yeah, because right now with my channel, I'm going through the same thing that before they become big creators, I'm getting 100 every month. I'm getting over 100 every month. I think the most I've made is 100 and let me look at my Google AdSense. Let me look at my AdSense. So there's no rap cap in what I say. No rap cap in what I say. So my last payment I got from YouTube was $131.26. I get that every month. Because right now I'm halfway to being able to take money out for my YouTube earnings. But yeah, so I just make between $100 to $150. I haven't went past that.
then couldn't understand the fact that you could make money from YouTube videos. Even though Corey's decision to drop out was the most logical, he still held a lot of emotional burden about it. From criticism from his family and friends.
What are you doing with your life? Like, that is like the dumbest decision you could ever make. Some close friends are like, Corey, you're almost done. Like, why are you doing this?
To even his own self-doubts.
I mean, even I look at myself like, okay, you're leaving one of the best universities in the world for something that might not exist in a couple years.
Plus, Corey was the oldest sibling, so he wanted to set a good role model and example for his younger siblings. So him making this drastic decision was almost like a stain on his authority as an older.
Cause look, this goes for me too. With me being the oldest out of my siblings, I got one brother who's going to be an accountant I have a little sister who wants to be a teacher, and their big brother is an entrepreneur slash I'm an entrepreneur slash streamer. So outside I'm an entrepreneur, and here I'm a streamer, and it's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy when I say it like that. It's kind of crazy when I say it like that because a lot of people never could assume that you can make money from this. When I did my first kick stream in 2024, my wife was there to see me make that money. She saw the $1,100 hit my Chime bank account when I had Chime. Then I was like, I gotta go all in. I gotta go all in. Cause that was my first time making over $1,000 streaming. I'm like, just imagine if I was to do over 1,000 a month consistently, and people enjoy what they're watching. It's gonna be good. Oh yeah, also Burberry, I'm about to change. I'm gonna change the badges. I gotta resize. I gotta resize my badges so they can fit. So they can fit.
Your sibling.
I'm the oldest in my family. So much pressure. My parents always tell me like, you know, no pressure, no pressure, no pressure, but I'm the oldest. I'm supposed to graduate university. I'm supposed to be like the smart kid, and I had so much worry about what my parents think. My sisters and brothers.
So I'm the oldest of 5. I got degrees. My little sister's gonna get degrees. My brother getting his degrees. I got 2 brothers in Arizona. They getting their degrees. It's gonna all make sense on what I'm doing. Cause I've always been a dreamer since the beginning. I never looked. When I dreamed of working, I never looked at working for a company. That was never my go-to. That was never my go-to. Cause it's kind of crazy. I looked up. So look at this. There's a hobby. You remember when people would tell you that you can do anything you want in this life? How many of y'all believe y'all can do whatever y'all want in this life to make money? Because when I show y'all, let me put this video down. I want y'all to realize. I want y'all to realize what I'm about to show y'all. Just realize what I'm about to show you, because it's gonna blow your mind. So I was on TikTok. Where's it at? I looked at this thing called hobby horsing. Now, I looked this up. I looked this up. No lie to you. This right here. This right here. Read. It says when someone mentions supporting their boyfriend's weird hobbies, like I don't know ball. Do you not know how much money that dude can make with that hobby? Bro, you don't know how much people are making with hobby horsing? Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Hobby horse salary. There's a salary for hobby horsing with a fake horse. Look at the average salary you can make being a hobby horse. Like, think of that. You see that number? You see that number? You can make close to 6 figures and you're hobby horsing. You ain't even on a real horse. There are brands, there are championships. So how much does hobby horse pay for different roles? There are different roles in doing hobby horsing. Explore detailed salary information for specific jobs at hobby horse. Based on our data, the highest paying job is the president with an annual salary of $759,000. And you are a hobby horse bro. Are you serious? Are you serious right now? You got to be kidding me. You got people out here flipping burgers and they can be a hobby horse champion. People making money and they're not even real jockeys. But y'all mad at me for following my dreams to be a streamer, an entrepreneur. Y'all mad that I don't have to call my boss for work because I am my boss. I am the independent contractor. Like, I wake up every day not losing my job. My job is secure. I was told when I am ready to come back, we are still here. I don't have to worry about nobody telling me that I'm losing my job. I don't have to worry about that. I don't have to worry about that. But it like blows my mind that people can do whatever they want in this life and make millions just BSing around. People get paid to play with Legos. There's a salary with playing with Legos. Like, the weirdest jobs, bro. The weirdest jobs. You can make over 6 figures with Legos. So, what's good with you, Michael? Lego salaries vary significantly by role, location, and experience. You need experience to play with Legos? With corporate roles like product designer, potentially earning over $100,000 with Legos, while retail positions like sales associate range from $35,000 to $53,000. Like, you can do whatever you want to do in this life. You can do whatever you want to do in this life. You can be a streamer. When people tell you streaming ain't money, but they watch streamers, that makes no sense. How you gonna say that streamers don't make money, but y'all watch streamers? I watch streamers every day. I'm part of Phantom's group. I'm part of the Phantom troops. Like, I'm about to get the merch and everything. When I'm waiting for Phantom to drop a live stream, and I'm gonna be watching that. Like, I be in the chat in the stream on my phone. But it's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy that the weirdest jobs people make so much money. Make so much money. So y'all have to wait till next time. 10 more memberships will be given out in February. So hopefully you make it in, because I'm about to be working on a horizontal type of platform on Streamlabs. I'm gonna keep this one vertical. On Streamlabs, it's gonna be horizontal. So it's gonna be all good. It's gonna be all good. And just so I don't have to like copy paste, like I'm gonna take the same setup I have over here and take it over there on Streamlabs, and then just put it back to horizontal and just put things where I need it to be. Just like, let's see. Let's look at it. After this video, we're gonna look at the weirdest jobs. After this video.
brother think? What will my friends think? What will you guys think? If we live life like that, then we won't ever do what we want to do.
And that's nothing but facts. But luckily, Corey's parents were very understanding. This was the reaction from Corey's dad.
I called my dad first. Oh man, that phone call was one of the scariest phone calls. I expected an earful of "you freaking idiot, no," and to my surprise, he was so understanding. He said something along the lines of he would never shame anyone that was trying to follow their dream.
And this was the reaction from Corey's mom.
My mom is a little softer than my dad. I wasn't as anxious with her. She was really understanding as well.
Since Corey got the approval from the two head honchos of the house, he finally felt relieved.
So after I told my parents, I was extremely happy, that they were so understanding.
Shortly after, Corey pulled the plug, dropped out of college, and his dad helped him get his first apartment to finally lock in.
Thanks to you guys and all the support, I'm able to get a small apartment.
Funny enough, it was hard for him to get his first apartment because being a YouTuber, online creator, or streamer was still such a new profession.
I had to explain to them I make videos on the internet as my job, and they're like, what the freak does that mean? So I was able to get the apartment thanks to my dad being a co-signer because it's so hard. My dad was so amazing and he helped me out with that.
So Corey moved out of his college dorm and into the apartment on May 1st, 2015. He gave himself 1 year to lock in by posting 2 videos a day to reach his 150K subscriber goal.
It is now 10:30. This day has already been stressful as crap. Hey, first apartment ever. So we've just walked in. This is MTV Cribs, by the way. Alright, got a nice little kitchen. I didn't even know this place came with a basement, to be fair. Oh, this is my bathroom. Pretty standard. This is the first bedroom, the studio, where everything's gonna be going down. This is my house. My house.
Ultimately, the goal wasn't even just to drop out just to drop out. Being a YouTuber is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You can always go back and attend college. So he wanted to support himself, his family, and the people we love, and give back, doing what his heart desires.
I want to be able to support myself, support my family, give to charity. I don't need to be a millionaire. I don't need to make hundreds of thousands of dollars per year because this is something that I love to do.
Little did young Corey know that his dreams were right around the corner. After Corey got settled in his new apartment, he locked in and started uploading every single day. From games like Happy Wheels, which was a huge series on his channel, a bunch of indie and AAA horror games, Geometry Dash, which was another huge series on his channel, Agario, a bunch of Five Nights at Freddy's knockoffs, Subnautica, The Binding of Isaac, and the list goes on. And he even made his first Cooking with Kenshin video at this time.
Living by myself is hard. Being unable to cook makes it even harder. My name is Corey Kenshin, and this is my journey to becoming a better cook.
If you're just getting into jewelry, I always say start with the essentials. The tennis, the Cuban, the rope. These chains are clean enough to be worn alone.
First meal by myself, see how I did. The flavor is good. The only problem is the macaroni shell things, they're too hard.
Corey had 80,000 subscribers at this time, and he kept grinding his butt off with consistent uploads, horror games, Cooking with Kenshin Part 2, P.O. Box openings and community videos for his fan base, a 2-part series building a new PC so he can make better content and run better games. Fun fact, Corey's fans, the Samurai, helped fund half the cost for that PC, so he wouldn't have got it without you guys' help. Yandere Simulator, Mortal Kombat X, Geometry Dash, and much more. And then on July 16th, 2015, Corey hit 90,000 subscribers.
We reached 90,000 subscribers. We are getting dangerously close to that 100,000 subscriber milestone. We're closing in on 91,000 subscribers. We just hit 90,000 like yesterday. But in all seriousness, there are no words. There aren't any that are suitable for the gratitude that I have for you guys.
Corey was growing at an exponential pace. He was continuing to expand his content as he was slowly pivoting from just strictly horror games to popular AAA games like Bully, for example, or Dying Light. And as soon as the demo for Five Nights at Freddy's 4 dropped, Corey recorded and played it, and it was history from there. 90,000 subscribers was short-lived because Corey surpassed over 100,000 subscribers 8 days later on July 25th, 2015.
I want to thank you guys for making the Samurai 100K strong. It means more than the world. I love you guys. You have changed my life and opened so many doors for me. I have been blessed beyond all measure. I thank God for giving me so many amazing Samurai brothers and sisters. You guys make me feel so happy. I thank everyone who believed in me when my videos were getting 100 views a piece, and you know, I was still putting in work.
And that's the type of mindset that keeps you striving and growing. And I'm sure Scott Cawthon understood that, because even he didn't expect Five Nights at Freddy's to be that big. Funny enough, even Scott Cawthon congratulated Corey for hitting 100,000 subscribers. It was almost like they were on the same trajectory. Scott created a revolutionary game, and Corey helped bring that revolutionary game seen to the public with his awesome personality and overall nature of his channel being mostly horror gaming content. Fast forward to September 4th, 2015. It's now been 4 months since Corey went full-time on YouTube. And guess what? He accomplished his goal of 150,000 subscribers. That was the threshold that would keep him staying on YouTube and continue to do it full-time. Corey destroyed his goal in 1/3 of the time.
Well, Corey, from 4 months ago, I got some good news, my brother. I got some good news. We freaking did it, boy. 150,000 subscribers. It looks like you're stuck with me for another year. I just want to thank you all so much for making my dream come true. That's the good stuff right there. I've wanted one of these for so long.
And that was well deserved. Corey kept on grinding for months on end, improving his content and being himself. And you can even tell his thumbnails were getting even better, with his older thumbnails kind of being all over the place, and his newer thumbnails much more descriptive and accurate to the theme of the game or activity he was doing. Corey kept uploading consistently until one day on November 12th, 2015, Corey randomly took a 1-week break off of YouTube and made a video talking about why he took that break. Corey was beginning to get burnt out and tired of making content.
I felt that I was burnt out from YouTube. A lot of people are like, burnt out? What the freak? Burnt out? This is how you make all of your money. I have like over 800 videos. When you do something for that long, and when it becomes like the way that you make your money, there are going to be times when you don't feel like doing it. As crazy as it is, there are times that I don't want to play video games. So after I'm already burnt out, how in the world am I supposed to suck? Like, you can't fake that.
Corey's burnout was a combination of the long editing sessions he would have to make his videos because he didn't have an editor, and the fact that he didn't want to fake his personality when he didn't feel like making content, which is totally understandable. A lot of us get into a career or profession because we think we love it, but after some time, that one thing you love could be the same thing you dread because it's the same thing every day. That gets tiring after a while, and I'm sure we all know how that feels. Anybody that says otherwise is lying. What was once a hobby for Corey started to become a full-time job where he works alone and can't really escape it because this is how he makes his money. This was one of many burnouts to come in Corey's career. As Corey keeps going through the motions of life, he manages to pick back up on the consistency with 2 more Cooking with Kenshin videos, one-off vlogs, and popular games at the time, including Happy Wheels, Street Fighter V, Yandere Simulator, Geometry Dash, and some other horror games that pushed him to 200, 300, and 400,000 subscribers. And then randomly after uploading his Street Fighter V video, Corey took a surprising 2-month break from YouTube on February 6, 2016. He didn't return until April 30th, 2016. He then uploaded a video explaining his absence.
I stayed in my office 21 hours a day. There was actually a time that I hated this chair because when I would edit, I would feel like I was chained to my chair and I wouldn't be able to get up. There came a time where I would start to fear the chair and I wouldn't want to come to the chair. One day, I just didn't come back to the chair.
Corey was basically scared of his job because when he would start working, he wouldn't stop, and it made him miss out on a lot of things in his life. He was pretty much a workaholic.
I wanted to leave and experience something new.
A healthy way Corey managed to cope with this was giving his friend Terrence a surprise visit. It helped him stay close to his old friends and be grounded.
Me and my friend Brandon decided to fly to California and pretty much visit our friend Terrence, which was part of our crew in high school, which we hadn't seen in about 4 years. Did I mention that Terrence didn't know? Stop.
What? And even throughout that time period of not uploading, he went from 500,000 to 600,000 subscribers on May 10th, 2016. Remember the goal Corey set for himself to reach 150,000 subscribers starting May 1st, 2015? It's now been a year and 9 days, and Corey destroyed that goal 4 times over.
600,000! Samurai milestone video. I didn't do anything for 500,000, I'm aware, but I'm not about to let 600,000 also pass us by, okay?
After this milestone, Corey logged back in and started making more content. He also moved.
Cause look, if I hit 100,000 subscribers, I'm gonna do something amazing. I'm gonna leave it up to when I hit 100,000 subscribers, I'm leaving it up to y'all to choose what I do when I hit the 100,000 subscribers.
Into a new apartment shortly after that.
I'm going, why not show y'all my new crib? Look at this dude. I don't know that's T.R.
You, just you, building your app on base 44. Describe it, and it's real. One thought leads to more thoughts. Layer by layer, taking shape. When you need your tools, bring them in.
Everything was going well for Corey so far. He got back on his consistency, got a new apartment, and slowly enjoying being a full-time YouTuber again. But unfortunately, shortly after moving in to his new apartment, Corey got into a major life-threatening car accident. This all happened because Corey and his friend came back from a long day at the amusement park. And because Corey was tired and was the designated driver, he fell asleep while he was driving, which caused his car to rear end into a semi-truck. And it made the car spin into a grass area. Luckily, Corey and his friend Steven didn't get hurt, and they miraculously survived, but it was a major life lesson for them both, as they could have died due to this.
So, this is my car getting towed. Really traumatic experience today.
Corey then made a video reflecting about this situation and telling his audience the dangers of sleeping while driving. This had a major impact on Corey because he took a 2-month break off of YouTube after this accident. And then on July 24th, 2016, Corey randomly drops a Pokemon Go video as if nothing happened. This man literally said, F it, we ball. And he got a Mustang too to replace his old car.
Okay. Oh yeah. Forewarning, don't do this and drive. Yeah. We got into that accident. We're not trying to do it again.
A couple weeks later, Corey hit 700,000 subscribers on August 6, 2016. And he makes a diss track about himself, pretty much about him being absent from YouTube for 3.5 months.
Hey guys, I upload daily, sucker, you better delete it.
And honestly, I respect it. At least Corey took accountability for his actions. Most creators would literally dip and not tell you where they went and then put the blame on you guys or something else that happened in their life. For him to go through something like a car accident and still have the mental strength to make videos shows the sheer tenacity he had as a creator. And that's one of the reasons his fans love him. Now, within the Roast Yourself video, Corey made a huge announcement about his upload schedule. He told his audience he'll try his best to upload as much as he can, but he's not gonna promise he can upload daily anymore.
I'm not gonna sit here and say that, yeah, I'm gonna upload a video every single day and just continue to like break promises and let people down if I'm not 100% that I can do that.
And that's valid. You can't force yourself to do what you don't want to do. You're not going to make your best content. You're not going to make your best product. So you might as well take your time with it within a reasonable calendar. Shortly after that announcement, Corey started taking his time to make his content and was well on the way to 1 million subscribers now.
After that, it was a race to 1 million.
There were so many games and events that helped Corey propel to this moment. The Batman Telltale series, Mortal Kombat, then he meets Dashi, another YouTuber at E3 2016.
We out here at E3.
More games like Sneak Thief, a random video where he tries out the new Swedish Fish Oreos, the Guts and Glory game, and then he takes another break. 2K17, For Honor, meets the creator of Five Nights at Freddy's in person, Scott Cawthon.
We just met Scott Cawthon, the creator of Five Nights at Freddy's.
His first episode of Hello Neighbor, Five Nights at Freddy's sister location, Watch Dogs, his birthday came up, and he meets Kevin Hart.
Now we got Kevin Hart in our DM.
Kevin Hart here with my guy Corey Catchy, who made a dream come true today. Listen, on a regular basis, he makes your dreams come true. My son is one of his biggest fans. He came here to actually meet my son.
Kevin, once again, thank you.
And then on November 22nd, 2016, Corey hit 1 million subscribers.
We worked so hard. It's time. Oh, baby, it's time. Oh, baby, it's time. Oh, baby, it's time. This has got to be about like 30 pounds.
All those years of grinding finally paid off. But this was only the beginning, because Corey's channel would explode in popularity after this. He locked in with even more gameplays, like Friday the 13th, Super Mario Run, Resident Evil 7, another Cooking with Kenshin video, and much more. He even gets a new house.
When they hit the 3, that speaker right there. We got, oh, hold up. We're on manners. The 7 Dragon Balls, baby. I mean, Chef Kenshin in the building, you know, cooking with Kenshin.
During this time period, Corey really locked in with the gameplays, and even though he wasn't as consistent as he was before, he still made great content. And I wouldn't necessarily call this a strategy, this is more so common sense, but what really helped propel Corey was riding on popular trends as well. He made some try not to laugh videos, some 3 AM challenges before it got really big, and much more. Corey's always been riding on trends his whole career, but he did it in a way that wasn't obnoxious. Besides spamming Five Nights at Freddy's videos, he mixed in a lot of his personality and other types of content in between those trendy videos, so his audience get to know him for him and not just for the stuff that he's playing. The trendy videos brought in a new audience, and the non-trendy videos kept his core audience strong. And by doing this, Corey ended up reaching 2 million subscribers on September 21st, 2017.
You think we gonna forget the 2 million Swedish Fish Bass milestone? I gotta thank God, no way that any of this will be possible without him, dude.
The Voto's acne removal, effortless precision with a simple slider. Navigate to blemish.
Not only did Corey accomplish a big milestone, he also managed to do his first Make-A-Wish for a child with cancer named Shailene, and this was one of many Make-A-Wishes to come in the near future. This just goes to show you how much Corey actually cares for his audience. Corey finished off 2017 with bangers, never failing to deliver entertaining content. It's now the year 2018, and unfortunately, Corey didn't really start the year off strong. He had a couple uploads in January 2018, but unfortunately, he took a 4-month break. He didn't come back until May 20th, 2018. He tweeted out an important message to his audience and made a live stream explaining his disappearance. To sum it up, Corey felt like he wasn't at 100% for a long time, and he also mentioned that he didn't feel like he was looking at himself like an actual person. I guess he had a little bit of depersonalization and saw himself more as like a character in a show, with the show being his YouTube channel. After this happens, Corey snaps back into reality and continues uploading, with his comeback video being the first episode of his Baldi's Basics playthrough, which is now sitting at over 15 million views. Another honorable mention is his Detroit Become Human series, which is one of my favorite playthroughs by him. Time moves on, and shortly after, Corey finally hits 3 million subscribers on July 24th, 2018. He celebrates this by making a cake on Cooking with Kenshin number 7. Shortly after this milestone, on January 2019, Corey decides to do a 100-day streak where he would upload for 100 days straight without any break, and he almost messed it up a couple times. The only way he saved it was by uploading super short 30-second to 1-minute videos explaining why he couldn't do a regular upload for that day. So I guess that technically counted? Regardless, this 100-day streak is another factor for Corey's growth being exponential from here on out. A few months later, on March 24th, 2019, Corey hits 4 million subscribers.
Okay, that's just obnoxious. We just hit 4 million. Praise God, Samurai are out here.
Now the grind don't stop. Corey kept on posting. Then finally, on May 8th, 2019, he finished his 100-day streak.
We freaking did it.
What? Bro, do you see that? Ooh, boy.
100-day streak.
That's an insane accomplishment, especially coming from the king of hiatuses himself. It just shows Corey can stay consistent if he really wanted to, and his influence and demand for his content was ever growing. Corey got so popular to the point where he was even on Disney XD, a popular TV channel owned by Disney, on a show called Player Select. This show featured compilations of popular gaming YouTubers at the time.
Choose your player. Corey Kenshin.
Have I not proven my...
And a few months after that, he would hit 5 million. On October 13th, 2019, Corey Kenshin from 2015 would have dreamed for days like this, because now he's becoming mainstream. At this point, most people knew Corey for being a huge gaming content creator. Now, to spice up the content a little bit, Corey came out with a new series called Spooky Scary Sundays, where he would watch scary videos sent by his audience, the Samurai, through Twitter, using the hashtag Spooky Scary Sunday. And if your video gets picked, then it's in the video and everybody's reacting to it. But when Corey was done with his 100-day upload streak, he took a month off of YouTube, then comes back again with 3 more videos, one of them being super important as it touched on the passing of Etika, a very popular gaming content creator at that time, who took his own life on June 19th, 2019. Corey made this video to preach to other content creators and his audience to take care of their mental health, because social media can have a terrible effect on people if it's not used correctly. He also decided to give advice to fellow YouTubers subscribers to not always be on social media. So Corey took his own advice and disappeared for 9 months. 4 months into that 9-month break, Corey hits 5 million subscribers without even uploading on October 13th, 2019. But that was the least of Corey's worries. This break was 100% needed to get back into a better mental state. Corey finally returned from YouTube on April 3rd, 2020 with a video titled, "Hey, it's been a while."
Hey, I've been gone for 9 months. The last time I was here, you could go to a restaurant and sit down. You can't do that anymore.
Now during this break, Corey didn't just sit down and do nothing. He was actually very active. He went to Japan, did 3 Make-A-Wishes, and went on trips with his family. Corey explains the reason why he was gone and logs back in with new gaming content. 3 weeks after his return, he blows past 6.
And like my goal, so you can be a spy, you can be in the Spy City Squad, and the monthly payment is $1.99. So if I was to hit 1,000 members, and you just stay in the $1.99 range, all that money goes back into the channel. Well, case in point, before it goes into the channel, before money goes into the channel, gotta pay the mod to help me get it to this point, and then it goes back into the channel. I might take some out, but it might, whatever I buy might go back towards the channel to make it bigger. So I'm gonna create different videos where I might be in a bathtub. I might see a new treat. Might buy loads of whatever new snack and put it in the tub and get in the tub with the stuff on, with the stuff all over me. So I might do that.
Million subscribers on April 25th, 2020. Now it seems like everything is going great, right? Corey's back into content creation, has a great relationship with his fans and family, and he's making all the money in the world. What could possibly go wrong? Well, deep down, Corey wasn't very happy. On his Cooking with Kenshin 7 million subscriber special video, Corey announced that once he hits 10 million subscribers, he's gonna retire from YouTube.
When we reach 10 million, I will be announcing my retirement from YouTube.
You're literally at the peak of your career and you want to retire? Sounds crazy, right? Now, I completely understand why Corey would want to do this. He's been a one-man operation his whole YouTube career. Even when the demand for his content increased, he never got a video editor. He does everything himself. His reason is because he likes his style of editing, and he actually enjoys the editing process, which is understandable. It gives him total control as to how his videos turn out. Now, it becomes a problem when you have to plan and edit and then even upload these videos yourself. It takes up so much time, and that's why Corey gets burnt out so quick. If he had an editor or an assistant channel manager, he would get content out faster instead of spending hours on end trying to get everything sorted out last minute. That's why lots of content creators expand their team and get editors or designated people in specific roles, so the content creator can focus on what's important, actually being a personality and honing their craft. It's like a business. You can't scale if you're the only one doing everything. You need to hire people that can do it just as good or better than you at some point. And I'm sure Corey has the money to afford a top tier editor. It'll just take a little bit of training, but that person can easily mimic his style. Like, come on now, imagine going to your 9-to-5 job and then vanishing randomly for 7 months. Then come back out the blue and be like, hey guys, I'm ready to start working again. Bro, they're gonna fire your ass. So when you put it in this perspective, it would be better if Corey gets an editor or just upload consistently, but maybe like once or twice a week. Now I say all of this stuff, but in reality, it's all up to Corey. After this announcement, Corey continues uploading as normal, and he even does a charity stream and raises $300,000. The Samurai and multiple creators donated to make this happen. Because of this, Corey was able to give 7,500 people in Mali clean water. By the end of 2020, Corey breaks multiple milestones and finishes off that year with 8 million subscribers. It was now the year 2021, and Corey started it off strong with a lot of banger content like Try Not to Laugh, Spooky Scary Sundays, and games like Friday Night Funkin', Spider-Man Miles Morales, and much more. Corey even helped his mom pay to start her spa and nail shop around this time, which was super generous of him. And then on March 6, 2021, Corey would hit 9 million subscribers.
Happy 9 million. 9 million? It felt different. It was like bittersweet. This is the home stretch. There's only 1 more million left. And then that's 10, the ultimate goal.
After Corey's 9 million subscriber milestone, he took another hiatus. Corey would then reach 10 million subscribers during his hiatus on June 23rd, 2021. As time kept slipping by, Corey randomly returned to YouTube on August 26, 2021 with a new video titled Regarding My Retirement, where he celebrates his 10 million subscriber milestone, talks about his retirement, and where he's been.
The Samurai hit 10 million! Last video uploaded was celebration of 9 million, saying all this stuff.
Oh, we got so many memories to make. Oh, we still got time.
And then I never uploaded another video.
Hey, at least Corey is self-aware.
This was expensive in the most precious form of currency, time. This took me over 10 years to get. God blesses us in ways that we don't understand.
We got diamond play.
Now,
hold up, bro. Wait, what is it?
Switch to TurboTax.
Now, as far as Corey's absence, 2021 with a new video titled Regarding My Retirement, where he celebrates his 10 million subscriber milestone, talks about his retirement, and where he's been.
The Samurai hit 10 million! Last video uploaded was celebration of 9 million, saying all this stuff.
Oh, we got so many memories to make. Oh, we still got time.
And then I never uploaded another video.
Hey, at least Corey is self-aware.
This was expensive in the most precious form of currency, time. This took me over 10 years to get. God blesses us in ways that we don't understand.
Look at that bad boy. Look at that. Bro, if I get that, oh my God. All y'all got to do is like, comment, subscribe. I'm like, y'all want charisma? Y'all want my personality? Like, man. I'm giving y'all 30 days free of what's bound to happen next month. Cause I'm about to let my personality through. I'm putting out bits and pieces of my personality every day. But look at that beautiful piece. That's beautiful.
Now, as far as Corey's absence from YouTube and his retirement, he said that he was going through some personal life issues, as well as the fact that he felt like YouTube wasn't challenging for him again. That's why he took so many breaks in the first place. So Corey decided he's not retiring, and he's gonna try to set new goals for himself. The first one being him going back to school while doing YouTube, the second one being hitting 25 million subscribers, and the third one being trying to get a brand new channel to 10 million subscribers. The sky was the limit for Corey, and from August 2021 to December 2021, Corey was consistent in uploading 2 to 5 times a week. On December 23rd, 2021, Corey dropped the finale of his Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach series, and he ended off 2021 with 12 million subscribers. But that would be the last video Corey would upload for a while, because he took another hiatus. On February 26, 2022, Corey dropped a new video titled Elden Ring is Rage Game of 2022, with a gameplay video of Elden Ring. Corey was consistent again until April 10th, 2022, where he would upload his last video, Spooky Scary Sunday number 58, and then he dipped again for 4 months. This would be Corey's 13th hiatus. On August 8th, 2022, Corey returned from YouTube and dropped a video where he talked about the state of his community and the issues he's seen with it, as well as his gratitude towards his fans. Corey also explains what he was doing that time period. He visited a child named Quincy through Make-A-Wish that had a brain tumor. He also visited visited Shannon Lee, which is Bruce Lee's daughter. Corey donated $100,000 to the Bruce Lee Foundation, and he also got an authentic registration card to Bruce Lee's dojo, the Junfan Gun Fu Institute. Yo, I'm sorry if I butchered that, man. Corey would stay active on YouTube with sporadic uploads until June 27th, 2023, where he posted his reaction to the Five Nights at Freddy's movie trailer. Funny enough, Corey makes an appearance in the movie as a taxi driver.
Where to? Why do I always get the weirdos?
It's crazy how things go full circle. At this time, Corey had around 16 million subscribers. But unfortunately, as always, Corey took another hiatus after this. His 15th one, matter of fact. And guess how long this one lasted? I'm gonna let y'all guess for a second. You got your estimate in your head? Okay then. It lasted 1 year and 6 months. Insane, right? This is his second longest hiatus too. But as much as Corey leaves,
this man has so many hiatuses. It's crazy. And people still came back to support. Oh my goodness.
he always remembers his YouTube password and comes back anyway. He uploaded a video on December 13th, 2024 titled Hey, Long Time No See, where he talks about why he left and he teases the release of his new manga titled Monsters We Make.
Hey everyone, I hope you've been well over this long period of time of us not seeing each other, except for at the zoo.
3 days after Corey's return, he hit 20 million subscribers, a milestone only the top 0.0007% of all creators will ever see in their lives. That's like winning the lottery on every single planet in the solar system at the same time. It's dang near impossible. And Corey did it by accident. With the amount of breaks he took, his subscriber count should have stagnated, but instead it kept on growing. Ever since that milestone and Corey's return, he's actually been uploading consistently and showing his face in the public more often. On June 5th, 2025, Corey and Dashi, which is another gaming content creator, had a special meet and greet collaboration with GameStop and Nintendo for the Nintendo Switch 2 midnight release. It got so wild that when the event was over, the fans went crazy for both of them and Dashi and Corey had to run to the car, with Corey accidentally locking Dashi out of the car while he was running away. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, you kinda did him dirty, Corey. Corey is still consistent and uploading as of today, but it seems like he's taken another hiatus due to some recent dramas that unfolded, as it's been a month since his last upload. I'm not really gonna talk about the drama because I want to focus on the positives of Corey and not some fake news, but regardless of what's going through Corey's head right now, I'm sure he'll be back with great content and more wise words as an inspirational figure to look up to. We're now nearing the end of 2025, and Corey X Kenshin is closing in on that 25 million subscriber goal that he was hoping for, with an average of 9 to 20 million views per video, over 6.4 million on TikTok, over 4.5 million on Instagram, and over 2.2 million on X, aka Twitter. All this was impossible without Corey X Kenshin's drive and supportive environment around him. Having good and supportive parents can be a game changer in your success in life. It's not to say that it's impossible if you don't have good supporting parents, but it definitely makes it easier. Corey X Kenshin revolutionized YouTube with comedy, compassion, and a little bit of chaos, ultimately leading to the rare ability to make millions of people feel like they're just hanging out with a friend. Corey turned himself into a legend who could disappear for months and break the internet when he comes back, because his fans expect it from him at this point, and it's created such a cult-like fan base for him. Most of Corey's videos have a huge replayability factor, because they're not tied to any trends or drama or special events. It's just a chill guy playing some video games, thus creating an evergreen effect where you could watch his content at any point in time without getting bored. Videos he's uploaded years ago are still getting found by people who haven't watched Corey before, leading them to subscribe and wait until he drops a new video, which is how he gains his subscribers during his hiatuses. Corey X Kenshin is one of the most successful YouTubers in the industry, all at the young age of 32, soon to be 33, and he came a long way. He's making millions at this point. That brings me on to my next segment. How much does Corey X Kenshin really make? In this section, we'll be calculating Corey's income sources and his final estimated net worth. Let's start start off with where I left you guys off earlier in this video. Corey X Kenshin's most viewed YouTube video and his ad revenue. Corey X Kenshin's most viewed YouTube video has over 58 million views. Corey X Kenshin makes gaming content, which has an average CPM of $4.55. After YouTube takes their 45% cut, Corey's CPM turns into something called RPM, which means revenue per thousand views. Corey's RPM is $2.50. So with a CPM of $4.55, Corey would have made $264,000 from a 58 million viewed video. Obviously, YouTube has to take their 45% cut, so the total revenue Corey takes away is $145,000 off of one video, which is a crazy amount of money and genuinely insane when you consider this isn't a fraction of what Corey is making at all. He still has other revenue sources that tops this. Now let's
Creating custom clothing labels with TapStitch is easy. Go to your branding tab, choose your label size and background, upload your artwork, submit for review, and done. Once approved, you can...
Let's combine all of Corey.
Alright, so it's right here. So this is what I'm gonna be getting. This camera right here will be the camera that I use to stream with outside, which is, it's not much for the camera, cause it's like, how much is it? Yeah, it's only 120. So when I make over 120, I'm purchasing this camera with YouTube money. Whatever I make from YouTube is going towards more newer things to get my channel bigger, better. So to join my membership is only $2. Only $2. Just imagine, $2. I know one person got $2. $1.99 a month. I'm not charging you nothing for the membership. And everything you get when you in the membership is gonna be free. Like the merch I'm gonna be sending out, I'm gonna have custom designed hoodies for people. So have custom designs that you choose. You tell me what type of design you want. You send me, you type it out, you send it to me, and then I get into Design Lab and create your own personalized hoodie from Was Never Media.
Corey's views and see how much he's made throughout his YouTube career off of just ad revenue. Currently, Corey only has one official known YouTube channel. If we take all the views from his channel, Corey would have a combined total of 9,037,000,000 views. With a CPM of $4.55, Corey would have made a combined total of $41,420,000 off ad revenue from his YouTube channel. But unfortunately, YouTube has to take their 45% cut, so Corey's actually taking away $22,593,000 off his combined ad revenue from his channel. And this is barely scratching the surface. Corey still makes money from sponsorships, donations, merchandise, and much more. But let's take it one at a time and see how much Corey makes off of YouTube membership. Being a YouTube member for a creator's channel means that you pay a certain amount of money a month to support that creator and you get something back from it. Whether that be exclusive content, member-only updates, and other stuff. It's kind of like a Netflix subscription, but for your favorite creator. On Corey's YouTube channel, his channel members aren't publicly displayed, so we have to come up with a logical estimated amount of YouTube members Corey may have. Since Corey doesn't push or promote his channel memberships much, and they only come with 2 perks, which are 1 emoji and a loyalty badge. Approximately 0.1% of his audience having a channel membership on his channel is a good baseline. Corey currently has 22.7 million subscribers, so 0.1% of that would be an estimated 22,700 channel members. Corey only has 1 tier priced at $4.99. If we multiply the tier cost by the amount of YouTube members, Corey would be making 113,000.
So look, I'm gonna change it up. I'm gonna have only one membership thing. So I got 5. Hold up. Ugh. And also, please do, I will have, jot down, if you're watching this video, whenever you're watching this video, I'm going to have one membership subscription. I'm not going to have 5 different levels. One membership description, and it's going to have everything that you're going to need to know about the channel. And the price of the membership subscription is going to be $1.99. Everything that's going to be in the membership subscription, you are going to want to enjoy. And the type of funds I'm about to be making on other platforms is going to go crazy. Because I have another channel that I can go live on that has over 1,100 subscribers. And I already put it in the message at Was Never Media. So we'll have some fun. So I'm gonna be doing food reviews, grocery hauls, fashion hauls. I'm gonna set up a PO box for this channel. So for people who send their clothing, I'm wearing it all. Because I don't really care about Louis Vuitton, Giuseppe's, Gucci, Moncler. Like, yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Those are cool brands, but I'd rather wear something that has meaning to it.
$1,000 a month from his YouTube membership. Over the course of a year, Corey would be making $1,360,000 a year from YouTube membership. Unfortunately, YouTube takes a 30% cut from channel memberships, so Corey's actual monthly takeaway from his YouTube memberships would be $80,000 a month and $950,000 a year. Next of his audience having a channel membership on his channel is a good baseline. Corey currently has 22.7 million subscribers, so 0.1% of that would be an estimated 22,700 channel members. Corey only has one tier priced at $4.99. If we multiply the tier cost by the amount of YouTube members, Corey would be making 113 push or promote his channel memberships much, and they only come with 2 perks, which are 1 emoji and a loyalty badge. Approximately 0.1% of his audience having a channel membership on his channel is a good baseline. Corey currently has 22.7 million subscribers, so 0.1% of that would be an estimated 22,700 channel members. Corey only has one tier priced at $4.99. If we multiply the tier cost by the amount of YouTube members, Corey would be making one.
Hold up. Take this not that one, not that one. One second.
His channel members aren't publicly displayed, so we have to come up with a logical estimated amount of YouTube members Corey may have. Since Corey doesn't push or promote.
Alright, so I know the name is gonna be for my one.
His channel memberships much, and they only come with 2 perks, which are 1 emoji and a loyalty badge. Approximately 0.1% of his audience having a channel membership on his channel is a good baseline. Corey currently has 22.7 million subscribers, so 0.1% of that would be an estimated 22,700 channel members. Corey only has 1 tier priced at $4.99. If we multiply the tier cost.
Alright, so I'm just doing some estimates. So my goal for members is 1,000. I'll put it at 1,000. Times yeah, my goal is 1,000 members at $1.99. At $1.99.
By the amount of YouTube members, Corey would be making 130. $13,000 a month from his YouTube membership. Over the course of a year, Corey would be making $1,300,000.
So, $1,990. Okay, $1,990 a month times 12. That's $23,000. And that's not bad for just charging $1.99. And all this money is going to go back into the channel. Pay my mods. If I have a cameraman, pay the cameraman. If I have an editor, pay the editor. It's all going to come out of this. Anything I do on any platform, my mods get a piece of every pie that I'm in. Because I'm about to go to the moon on Twitch. I'm already in touch with people who got ties on Twitch. And all I got to do is pay them $25 to promote my channel. To make it organic. It's going to be
$60,000 a year from YouTube membership. Unfortunately, YouTube takes a 30% cut from channel memberships, so Corey's actual monthly takeaway from his YouTube memberships would be $80,000 a month and $950,000 a year. Next, let's talk about how much Corey makes from merchandise. Corey has periodical merchandise drops, and the average price for his merchandise is $30. I couldn't find much data online as to how much Corey makes from merchandise, so let's use some logical estimates. On average, most successful YouTubers YouTubers have around 1 to 5% of their subscribers purchase their merchandise. For Corey, we can use an estimated 2% for a realistic approach, considering his popularity and active fan engagement. So if Corey currently has 22.7 million subscribers and 2% of his fans buy his merch, that would mean Corey would have 454,000 loyal fans that actively buy his merch. If each of those fans buy a $30 shirt, Corey could potentially make $13,620,000 off of one merch drop, with $4,086,000 in profit after expenses, if we assume a 30% profit margin, which is the average for clothing brands. And this is only one merch drop. Corey could do multiple a year if he wanted to. If Corey had a monthly merch drop that happened 12 times a year, Corey would potentially make $163,440,000 and $49 million after the 30% profit margin. But that's not realistic, because making merch and shipping it all out is a lot of planning. And don't get me started on the fees, expenses, and taxes you have to go through. So we might not even get to keep all that money. Now let's get into Corey's assets, such as his houses and cars. On July 3rd, 2017, Corey showcased his house that he's currently living in, which is worth $600,000 as of today, located in Michigan. It comes fully furnished with 4 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms.
I never had a king mattress in my life. This was the first time where I was just like, bro, YOLO.
He also owns a $70,000 car collection that consists of a Ford Mustang GT with the 5.0 V8 engine that's worth $24,000, a blacked out Ford Explorer Sport that's worth $17,500, a Toyota Corolla that's worth $7,000, and a Ford F-150 that he bought for his dad as a gift that's worth $22,000. Oh, and we can't forget Corey also makes money from music.
Bare knuckle to the ground. If you get up going another round.
I like making my podcast. I don't like making short clips of my podcast. So the AI chooses the best clips, like maybe this one.
Corey.
And then what else I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a clip channel. So I'm gonna pay for Opus clips, and I'm gonna give all my streams. I'm gonna put them into Opus clips, and they're gonna create my clips for me. Oh my goodness. That means I don't need a person to clip my stuff. What? Because I'm ripping paper? Get off me. This is Luna. She came from running in the other room. Yeah, I'm getting this ready. I'm getting this ready. I'm getting this notebook ready because in this notebook, it's going to have the community's name, all of everything that I'm going to be manifesting, and the only music that I'm going to be playing is the music that I create for myself. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to put... So in this notebook, I'm gonna put what's gonna be in the Walker estate, how my wife and I's dream house is gonna look like, for our forever home, the car collection, how the streaming office is gonna look. I'm gonna have customized plaques in my streaming office as well. Because we're going to the moon. We're going to the moon. I'm getting something to eat. Be right back. Be right back. Alright, so what I'm eating right now, these chips was made from pasta. These are pasta chips made out of pasta. How did they do that? Because we went to this restaurant yesterday and spent over almost $80. It's called Pasta Garage.
He currently has 96,000 monthly listeners on Spotify, almost 100,000. With that being said, Spotify has an average payout of, I can't believe I'm saying this, but 0.4 cents per stream. So if we multiply his monthly streams by that revenue, Corey would be making $386 a month off of Spotify only. Over the course of a year, that's $4,600 with just Spotify. And if we assume he has his music on other platforms like Apple Music, YouTube Music, and Amazon Music, we can say these platforms bring in 50 to 100% more revenue. So his additional earnings could be $193 to $386 a month, bringing him another $2,300 to $4,600 a year. If we add up all of his earnings from all of his streaming platforms, Corey X Kenshin could be earning $579 to $772 a month with just music, which would potentially make Corey's annual earnings from music $6,900 to $9,200 a year. And it's not even like Corey's a serious artist. He's just doing this for fun. Next, we can't forget about sponsorships. That's one of the main bread and butters of revenue streams for creators. First, let's consider a couple factors. Corey has the ability to consistently engage millions of viewers and create viral moments unintentionally. Given his influence over a younger tech-savvy demographic, brands would love to pay a lot of money for access to his audience. So I'm guessing Corey will be charging $100,000 to $300,000 per sponsorship. And if a brand works with Corey for a longer period of time, or asks him to talk about their product more often in his videos, they might pay him even more money. If these sponsorships are a monthly occurrence, Corey could be making $1.2 million to $3.6 million yearly off sponsorships alone. And we can't forget about Corey X Kenshin's new manga. Corey dropped his own manga called Monsters We Make back in December 2024, and it completely took off. In the first week alone, Volume 1 sold over 200,000 copies, making it one of the fastest selling indie manga ever in the United States. Now here's what that means in money. Volume 1 was sold in 2 days, a $2.99 digital version and a $14.99 physical plus digital bundle. If we split those sales 50-50, that's about $1.8 million in gross revenue just from the first volume. Now, if volume 2 sells around the same numbers, which is totally possible given the fan base that Corey has, you're looking at $3.6 million gross across both volumes. But here's the most important part that a lot of people miss. We're not so sure if Corey keeps all of that. Most manga creators get around 10% of the royalties from each sale. That means
Why is everyone using Ninja Transfers?
Ninja Transfers is definitely killing them. The quality, I mean, the design came out crisp.
Corey might personally take home about $180,000 per volume, or roughly $360,000 total from both volumes so far. And keep in mind, that's only from manga sales themselves. That's not counting any future merch, social media revenue, or any brand deals tied to monsters we make. Now here's the best part, Corey X Kenshin's final net worth. If we combine all of Corey's income sources and assets such as his houses and cars, within his 10-year period of being a full-time content creator, Corey X Kenshin's final estimated net worth would be $31 million. I don't even know what to say to that. I have never seen that much money in my life, and I'm sure you haven't too, unless your family's rich or you're rich. Even though Corey makes a lot of money, unfortunately the government always has to get involved, so we have to figure out his net worth after taxes. Considering Corey's house and primary residence is in Michigan, I'm assuming that's his home base of operation. Corey has to go through Michigan state income tax of 4.25% and federal taxes. If Corey's net worth is $31 million, the federal tax bracket for Corey would be 37%, considering his ridiculously high yearly salary from content creation. So Corey X Kenshin's net worth after taxes would be $15,870,000. It's so crazy how the government can just swipe $15 million just like that, but it's a good thing tax deductibles are a thing. Regardless though, Corey X Kenshin turned his challenges into opportunities. Each controversy, viral moments, and challenges fueled his growth, allowing him to make entertaining and relatable content. Through it all, Corey leaves a legacy of authenticity, community, and resilience, while staying positive, keeping his fans close, and never losing his sense of humor. Doing this helped Corey build a diverse brand across YouTube and social media. But Corey's journey is a testament to say, anybody that started from nothing can make it to the top, if they try hard enough and they're in the right environment. Even if you self-doubt yourself and you don't think there's a way, there's always a way. But who am I to tell you that? Let me allow Corey to give you the advice.
When you have the passion, when you have the drive, there is nothing that can stop you, and there's nothing that should stop you from achieving your dreams too. With that being said, thank you guys for the journey, and I feel like this is just the beginning.
Would you guys believe me if I told you Duke Dennis was completely broke and he grew up struggling in a poor house?
Might get some water. Luna is back, laying down. 'Cause I know tomorrow. So every stream, you're gonna see the same. You're gonna see the same thumbnail until February.
Sneakers back then. What was it like back then?
Yeah, I couldn't afford them.
Okay.
I actually wearing a lot of fake stuff.
His early life was so difficult. Life was a constant struggle, fueling his determination to get out of the hood.
We from the hood, you know what I'm saying? We from a place that if you don't get out of here before you 18, you not gonna get out. D-Block is not a place that you wanna stay forever. So we wanted to get out the hood. I was looking around and I'm like, if I don't do something, I'm gonna end up exactly like everybody out here.
Like, that's true. If he didn't do something, he was going to end up like everybody out there that's with him. that lives out there. I left my hometown at 13 years old. I ain't been back. The only time I went back was 2017. My great granny passed. In 2025, when my father passed, January 11th, I still have a voicemail saved of what he sounded like.
And so I didn't want to do that.
When most people see Duke Dennis, they think of a funny, charming, influential, and authentic streamer and YouTuber. But little do y'all know, Duke Dennis wasn't always like this. He was struggling, and life wasn't so easy for him. With the background he came from, statistically, he wasn't even supposed to make it. But even when life had him down, he kept on pushing. In this video, I'm going to be showing you how Duke Dennis went from broke to rich. Now let's go way back to the beginning. Remember when I was saying the chances of Duke Dennis becoming rich and famous was super low? Yeah, it was difficult. Duke Dennis, also known as Dontavius Tony Dennis, was born in Greenville, South Carolina.
South Carolina, boy.
On February 26, 1994. He was raised in a Christian single mother household until his stepfather became a part of his life. Duke's mother's name is Sherry, and his stepfather's name is Melvin.
Shout out to my stepfather though, man. Like, he been with my mama for like 20 plus years, so like, he really been like the father figure to me and my brother, and I love you to death.
Duke doesn't really see his biological father, as the father left the family when Duke was young, and it seems like Duke has a sense of indifference towards his biological father. He doesn't love him nor hate him. He's just disappointed he wasn't there.
You know what I'm saying? If I could count, I probably done seen my real dad like 16, 17 times. I used to feel away growing up, but now life happened. I don't hold no grudge.
Duke actually forgives his biological dad, but Duke doesn't really care what's going on with him at this point.
And could really care less about what else he got going on.
Both Duke's biological mom and dad had 4 kids in total, with Duke being the middle child.
I'm the middle child, bro. Me, my brother, my sister, and my younger brother, we all got the same mama, same daddy, like same last names. We grew up together.
Duke has an older sister named Kiva Dennis, an older brother named Ernest Dennis, and a younger brother named Darius Dennis. Funny enough, Duke and his older brother share the same birthday, and Duke's younger brother was actually supposed to be born on the same birth week. His younger brother was born 1 week before their birthday, and all of his siblings, including him, are 2 years apart, with his sister being the oldest sibling. Growing up, Duke always had an interest for nerdy things, such as gaming, anime, and all the other sorts.
Have I ever told y'all that I was a...
If you're just getting into jewelry, I always say start with the essentials. The tennis, the Cuban, the rope. These chains are clean enough to be worn alone, worn together, or combined with a pendant, and they never go out of style.
Nerds, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, and 9th grade, maybe.
So much so, they...
That's crazy. You would not expect for Duke Dennis to be a nerd. You wouldn't expect that. You wouldn't expect that because he don't presume to look like a nerd. Cause like I got anime tattoos on my arm. I got Gojo right here, Naruto right there. That's Black Clover. Then this is another anime that I'm reading, which is let me go to my phone. The anime right here comes from Ultimate Exorcist Kyoshi. So I read this anime. There's some animes that people don't even know that's even coming out, like Kagura Bachi. I've been reading Boruto since the beginning, and I'm reading the next. I'm past the time skip. Wait till they see what Boruto has in his arsenal.
He used to pretend to be a Naruto character and train in the woods with his friends.
Bro, I used to train, swear up and down that I lived in like the Naruto universe. Like a homemade kunai headband from Walmart, wearing it. I swear I was Sasuke. Me and my homeboy Terrence, Saturday morning, we used to go on S-rank missions. We used to go through the woods, real tuning exams.
Bro even ran up trees to see his progress.
And I used to run and then, you feel me, like jump back and swear I was floating in the air.
But in the fall of 2008, Duke Dennis was heading into high school in 9th grade. And unfortunately, he gave in to peer pressure and his environment forced him to act more street or hood.
Peer pressure, most dangerous thing in the world.
Because what he was doing wasn't really seen as cool to his peers. As one day when Duke was pretending to cosplay as Naruto with his friend, one of his neighborhood friends told him what he was doing was whack.
What got me out of it was one day I was in 9th grade. Me and my Terrence, me and my Dirt. We trained. I had two homeboys walking down the street. One name was Mike and my cousin D. He died. You know what I'm saying? Long little D in the chat. They see me and Dirt training. I never forget it. They punish me. They clowning me. They like, stop doing that weird. Bro, like, come on, man. Come chill. Like, come chill with us. I kind of had like a split life. I was cool, but I was also lame, adorable.
And Mike and D proceeded to walk in the back door of a woman's house. I'm not even gonna explain. You guys probably know.
Cause like, listen, I can attest to that. Like, if you was to see my family on my mom's side, you would wonder, where did I fit into this? Because I'm a whole nerd. But my mom's side of the family, like, I haven't been locked up or nothing. Like, there's not many that haven't been locked up in my family. I might be... It's me and my uncle might be the only ones. Oh, and one of my great aunties haven't been locked up. No cap.
What happens next?
I watched them walk off, and they walked right into the back door of some house. I knew what they was doing. I wasn't getting females at the time. These are the same age as me, and they over here getting. That's the last time I trained with Dirt.
And ever since then, Duke had the realization, like, dang, maybe I am kinda lame. And that was the villain origin story of the King of Riz we know today. Now, Duke always had potential, but he wasn't the greatest at people telling him what to do. He always wanted to do his own thing, and that caused him to get a little bit of trouble in school.
How many times you got called to the principal's office in your life?
Well, I remember one year I had 16 for, I was in ISS, I almost said that. You know what ISS is? No.
ISS is in-school suspension. Now, you might be wondering, what the heck did Duke do to get that many in-school suspensions? Let me have him answer that question for you.
Everything.
You heard that right, everything. So Duke not really having an agreeable personality, his environment shaping him to act more hood, and the turmoil he faces with his biological dad not being in his life, and a family without much money, who can blame him? It all seemed like doom and gloom for Duke's life, but something special happened to Duke that turned his life around for the better. One day when Duke Dennis was in gym class in 10th grade, he had to play flag football for the first time ever with him and his schoolmates. And some of the kids from the football team in Duke's high school were a part of this game too. And to everybody's surprise, Duke was cooking. Bro was literally destroying the game and was the MVP at flag football. At some point after the game ended, the football coach of Duke's high school overheard the drama and wanted to recruit Duke to play football for the high school team for the remainder of his high school career. Now all was great. Duke was finally getting a shot at making his life better. Popularity, girls, respect, and even a potential scholarship to college if he locks in. But there was a problem. Duke's family couldn't afford the equipment to get him to start playing football. But the coach said, don't worry, I got you. The coach set Duke up with everything he could possibly need for football. It was now the year 2010, and Duke was officially a part of the football team in his high school. It was time to lock in. Even though Duke was a good player, the rest of his team wasn't really that great. So much so that Duke doesn't even remember winning a single game during his first season with the team. During the next season, Duke was a beast at offense, and the team actually ended up winning 1 or 2 games. He would continue to play for his junior and senior year of high school, which is 11th and 12th grade, from the years 2010 to 2012. But Duke's overall destiny and legacy didn't lay in football. He was destined for something much greater to him and his personality. Towards the end of his high school career, he made a promise to one of his friends that played football with him that if they couldn't figure out what else to do after high school, they would go straight to the army because they didn't want to be stuck in the hood. D Block. The environment was toxic for them.
We from the hood, you know what I'm saying? We from a place that if you don't get out of here before you 18, you not gonna get out. D Block is not a place that you wanna stay forever.
It was now the summer of 2012, and young Duke Dennis, who was now 18 at this time, was getting ready to graduate Travelers Rest High School. By the grace of God, Duke Dennis ended up getting 3 scholarships from his football career and have his tuition paid for.
I had a couple offers to go to small colleges, you know what I'm saying, because I only played football for 2 years, you know what I'm saying. I wish I would have played all 4, but I only played 2 years, so I only had a couple offers from small people.
But guess what? He denied all 3 of them. And you might be wondering why. This is the dumbest thing you could ever do. You know how many people work their butts off just to get a scholarship to save money when they go to college? And some people can't even get scholarships, no matter how hard they try. But it was different for Duke. It wasn't about the money. It was about what his passion truly was and where his interest lied.
But honestly, I was done with football. I was tired of football. And I was tired of school. And I didn't want to play football even though I had offers. I had like 3 offers. D2 school. I didn't want to play football because it wasn't interesting to me. I get bored quick.
Duke instead said that he would give his future child that opportunity and take his scholarship instead.
I can go to college for free, but that's just about it. And I don't even plan on going to college. I might give it to my son or whatever.
But Duke was still facing that dilemma of not really knowing what to do. And he wanted to get the heck out of the hood, man.
I was looking around and I'm like, if I don't do something, I'm going to end up exactly like everybody out here. And so I didn't want to do this.
So Duke Dennis made his final decision, and his decision was to go to the Army. It was now December 31st, 2012, and Duke Dennis was traveling to go to his first day in the Army.
It was one of the saddest moments of my life, having to leave all my homeboys, all my brothers, you know what I'm saying, my mama especially.
As soon as Duke Dennis got on the Army bus, he immediately regretted his decision.
As soon as I got on the bus, I knew I made a big mistake, but I had to stick with it for 4 years. I was like, man, I done made a bad decision.
A decision so bad, he called his mom, complaining to her about his situation while he was still on the bus. And he was even plotting ways to get out the military already.
This is my first day, and I'm already talking about getting kicked out, bro.
But Duke's mom was not having that.
My mama told me straight up. She said, stop being a bitch. My own mama told me this. Man up, do what you gotta do, and you'll be home in a couple months.
Duke listened to his mom and locked in, but he still wasn't entirely comfortable with the situation.
This was my first time being away from home. I had a bald head, I was cold, I was lonely. Who wouldn't be homesick?
Eventually, Duke came to terms with his situation and went to boot camp. In other words, basic training. After completing his basic training, he tried to contact his girlfriend at the time, only to find out that she cheated on him.
So I called my girl, only to find out that she had cheated on me. And I was a little hurt. But
file your taxes 100% free in the app if you didn't file with us last year. Just file with TurboTax.
I bounced back.
It's great that Duke bounced back because the last thing he needed was to focus on a girl that never truly loved him. And this is his advice to anybody going to the military. Take it with a grain of salt though.
If you trying to go to the Army and you got a girlfriend, bro, leave her at home before you go.
Even though that was a major setback for Duke mentally, and he said he healed from the situation, it would unfortunately get kinda worse from here for him. Out of all the places they could have stationed Duke, they sent him across the world straight to Germany.
Out of all the places, bro, to send me, bro, they sent me to Germany where I didn't know nobody, where I didn't even speak the same language, I didn't eat the same food, but they really did me dirty.
And it's not to say Germany is a bad place, but that's super far and way out the way from what he probably expected. When Duke was in Germany, Duke was tasked to do mostly administrative tasks at this time, but he was depressed, demotivated, and felt alone. He spent most of his time chilling in the barracks and hated people telling him what to do.
When I ended up staying in my room 24/7, not making no friends, not going to the club, doing nothing fun. Germany is actually a great place. I'm gonna go back one day.
But it still wasn't a place he wanted to be in, at least for that specific time period in his life. Even though Duke came to terms with his situation, he was still thinking of creative ways to get discharged and kicked out the military.
I was trying to find a way to get out of the Army. I was thinking about smoking weed, cussing out a sergeant. I was thinking about doing it all, bro.
But after having a serious talk with his sergeant, Duke Dennis decided to seriously stick it out and continue his Army contract. During Duke's time in the military, he enjoyed playing games on his PS4 like 2K as a pastime, but it was now the year 2016, and after playing 2K for a while, Duke Dennis wanted to create his own content on 2K and came up with plans to start a YouTube channel. He told one of his friends, Davo, about the idea, so Davo offered to give Duke his YouTube channel that he wasn't using.
He had a channel, he used to just upload music with the lyrics on, and I had a channel at first, but he had 3K subscribers, and I had like 100. He was like, I don't use mine, so you could just have this, just cause how the numbers look. You'll already have 3K. 3K.
So Duke took Davo's old channel and deleted his own channel and started preparing to post his first batch of content. So that's why Duke's first channel says he joined February 15th, 2013, but he actually joined in 2016. 2013 to 2016 was the years Davo owned the channel and would post his content on it.
I didn't make my channel in 2013. I made my channel in 2016.
Now that Duke successfully had a pre-built YouTube channel with 3K subs already, he had to come up with a name for himself. So he ended up with the name Duke Dennis, a name he was given by his aunt since childhood.
I know my aunt gave it to me, but I never really asked why.
Even till this day, Duke doesn't know what his name means, but the name does have a little ring to it.
It flow good.
After locking in his username, Duke Dennis uploaded his first ever YouTube video on October 29th, 2016, titled NBA 2K17 dropped 19 on Superstar Head. Best jump shot in NBA 2K17.
Yo, what's good, dog? This your boy Duke Dennis. Y'all don't even know me yet, but y'all gon' know me.
And you guys heard that right. Even though at that time that video barely got 100 views, Duke knew he was destined for greatness. Duke would upload 2 more videos after this, but there wasn't really much traction going on. His videos weren't being showed on suggested, browse, or even search, which are the top 3 traffic sources that YouTube videos typically get their views from. It wasn't until Duke uploaded his 4th video on December 28th, 2016 that things started to take off for him. This video was titled NBA 2K17 My Park in Real Life Part 2, and it got over 400,000 views, which is super rare in YouTube. Most people make hundreds of videos before they blow up, but Duke did it on his 4th video. Now what Duke did was super smart. He took advantage of a trend that was going on at the time, where people would reenact the gameplay animations of 2K characters, and people love to make fun of the dumb things that would happen in NBA 2K, and that was the synopsis of Duke's video. He went to the gym with a couple of friends and reenacted the animations of 2K17. People loved it. They thought it was funny, and Duke's personality really shined. That was Duke's golden ticket, so he saw that as a sign to be more consistent with YouTube and putting more of his in real life personality in his content. His main content was playing NBA 2K17 My Park.
When I found out about YouTube, I would wake up at 4 in the morning, go to work, get off at 5 in the afternoon. At 6 in the afternoon, I would stream from 6 to 1, 2 in the morning, depending on the day, and then I would wake up again at 4:30 and do it all over again. I was grinding, I was streaming, I was doing 2K17 with me and Davo. We going on 60, 70 game win streak every weekend.
Duke was uploading and streaming a couple times a month, and with all the hard work he was putting in, his channel was growing like crazy. At this point of time, he was averaging around 30 viewers on his Twitch and YouTube streams, which is amazing for somebody that just started off. But even though everything was going well for Duke, for a weird short period, he stopped uploading content. He didn't return until March 27th, 2017 with a video titled Army Vlog, What I Do Daily. I Don't Live With My Mom. This video was an explanation to his audience as to why he stopped uploading, and the reason was because he was in the US Army at the time. The rest of the video showcases his daily life in the Army. After this video was uploaded, I guess Duke got the motivation to start posting more on his channel. Mostly content about how to be a better stretch big in 2K17 and other forms of 2K17 content. And once Duke started seeing traction with his YouTube videos, he decided to take the ultimate decision and leave the Army after 4 years in 2017. This is so he could focus on his passion with becoming a content creator.
The Army wasn't for me because I don't like being told what to do. Being told when to eat, sleep, when to go to work. I don't like running in the cold with some booty shorts on. It's just not for me, bro. I just had bigger plans for myself. And when I got out of the Army, it was the best feeling of my life. It felt like I got out of jail or something. At the end of the day, it made me who I am today. It made me be on time for everything. It made me have discipline. It taught me a lot.
After leaving the Army, everything was looking up for Duke. He had his free time back and a YouTube channel he was really passionate about growing. And a big part of growing a brand is being smart with your money. And that's where something like Coopert comes in. You ever hit the checkout when you're shopping for something online, then see that little box that says enter promo code and realize you got nothing? Yeah, that's where Coopert saves the day. Coopert is a free browser extension. It's an AI-powered shopping assistant that finds savings for you. At the checkout, Coopert automatically tests all the coupons out there and applies the one that saves you the most money. No sketchy codes, just instant discounts. It also gives you cashback and savings on over 200,000 stores. Walmart, Sephora, Temu, you name it. Then you can cash out through PayPal, gift cards, or even your bank. And if you're browsing, Coopert compares prices across websites so you know you're always getting the best deal. Over 6 million people already use Coopert every week on Chrome, Edge, Firefox, Opera, and even Safari, and even mobile Safari. So why pay full price in 2025? Click the link in the description, install Cooper for free, and let it do all the work. Smarter shoppers use Cooper. Thanks to Cooper for sponsoring this video. Now, even though Duke was free from his shackles he calls the army, he had to face some issues with his family. Duke was living with his mother now, but an associate that Duke's mother made around that time threatened to come by and shoot their place up. So Duke's mom couldn't sleep at night knowing that anybody can just walk in and do something like that.
I went back to my mama's house, and then my mama used to stay on top of this hill in his house. And then I quit YouTube, but my mama had to move because the company she used to bring up there, this one dude, he came up there. Some niggas had came up there and they was looking for him. And if we come back up here and he up here, we gonna shoot this bitch up. So my mama was like, I can't sleep good at night knowing that somebody could potentially shoot it up.
So Duke and his family had to move to a 2-bedroom trailer.
And we moved into this trailer. It was a 2-bedroom, but I didn't have a room. My brother had a room. I was sleeping on the couch.
At this point, hopefully the drama was over for the family. But as you heard Duke earlier, he quit YouTube at this time, and he ended up getting a warehouse job to get a stable income.
I ain't have no money, so I just tried to get a regular job.
It was a 12 to 12 graveyard shift, and I'm assuming this is 12 a.m. to 12 p.m. So while everybody was sleeping, Duke was working.
My first regular job ever. I'm working 12 to 12 graveyard shift.
That's insane, but that goes to show you the length people have to go through just to make ends meet. But young Duke Dennis only worked.
So the time I worked at UPS 5 years straight. I never called in my life. Never called in my life. Never had a sick day or nothing. I used to work. So normally, working UPS, you'll work 4 hours a day. But I would do double shifts, triple shifts. I would work during the peak season. I would be doing double shifts during peak season. All that money I was stacking up paid for majority everything that's in the crib now. So it's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. Alright, so after this stream, we're going to go down to just one name, one membership. It's going to be $1.99. The community name, the name for my YouTube community is called Spa City Network. SPACITYNETWORK. Spa City Network. Because I'm from Hot Springs, Arkansas. And the nickname for my hometown is Spa City. And I come from the South. So I'm a Southern black man. I've been living up here in Kentucky for 18 years.
That job for 29 days. The reason why he was there for such a short time period was because he almost fell into a plastic making machine.
I almost fell into the plastic making machine. I was tired. I didn't get no sleep the previous night, so I was working from 12 to 12. So I came to work at 12 and I was up 2-3 hours, and I almost fell asleep in front of the machine, and I woke up pretty much catching myself. And the plastic maker roller, it was just rolling in my face while I'm sitting here
This is actually a secret right now, so you're hearing this first. You're now going to be able to automate conversations when somebody follows.
I'm like, man. So I just walked out. I walked home.
So Duke quit the job, and that was enough motivation for him to get back to his content creation grind. But there was another problem. There were only 2 bedrooms in the trailer his family lived in, so he had to use his brother's room for his gaming setup for his YouTube channel.
My brother used to let me put my setup in his room, and this is why I was making all my videos.
Duke Dennis and his brother had to alternate who would sleep on the couch when Duke was
Instead of Spa City Network, what y'all think about Spa City Fam? Press 1 if you like Spa City Fam over Spa City Network. Or the AFK Lounge. I'm gonna stick with Spy City Network.
Creating content.
My brother, he used to sleep on the couch when, you know what I'm saying, I was in there, and I used to sleep on the couch when he was in there.
With Duke now having a proper content creation setup, he locked in and started posting content like crazy.
I'm doing YouTube, and goddamn, out of nowhere, my YouTube started going crazy.
Duke Dennis's videos were averaging 20,000 views consistently while he was playing 2K17, which is extremely insane considering how new Duke was to the content creation scene.
It went from like 2K views, 1K views, to like 15, 30. You know what I'm saying? All in the trailer.
And on May 24th, 2017, Duke Dennis surpassed 20,000 subscribers. This was more than an aspiration at this point. Duke knew he had something special going on, so he continued to lock in and do this full time. When NBA 2K came out, Duke was much more consistent on YouTube, posting content on that game for the rest of the year. There's this thing on YouTube called average view duration and watch time. Average view duration measures the percentage of how many people watched your video throughout, and watch time is the number of hours people spent on your video. So the higher your view duration, the higher your watch time. YouTube wants people to stay on their platform and watch more videos, so your video has to be entertaining to get that high viewer duration and watch time. Have you guys ever watched a YouTuber or a streamer, sat down and thought, why do people watch this guy? He's so boring. Well, Duke's personality and style of content was the complete opposite of that. To maintain his viewers' attention, he would have really good energy, he was funny, and he was also really good at the game. Some people could even say Duke Dennis had the best personality in the 2K community at the time, but I don't know if that's a controversial statement or not. I'll leave that opinion up to you. NBA 2K18 was one of the most hated 2K games at the time, and that led to a lot of people quitting the game and not making content on it. Even though 2K18 didn't have that big of an audience, that meant less competition for the creators that would make content on it, and Duke was rubbing his hands. He took full advantage of that. By January 6, 2018, Duke Dennis surpassed his 60,000 subscriber mark, completely blowing past 30, 40, and even 50K subscribers. At this point, I'm sure you guys know what was coming on the way.
100K is on the way. We're gonna get it one day.
His channel was completely blowing up. When Duke Dennis received his first YouTube check, it was $4,000. And guess what he did with that money?
I gave my brother $1,000, and then I gave my mama $1,000. And I kept the $2,000 for myself to get a setup. This is all in the trailer, right? Alright, so then I bought me a setup and 2 monitors, and then my video quality got way better.
Duke's videos were now averaging over 50,000 views, and then even occasionally 100,000. And speaking about views, Duke Dennis's most viewed YouTube video has over 9 million views. YouTube's got this thing called CPM and RPM, which means cost per mil and revenue per mil. CPM is how much money advertisers are willing to pay for your content per 1,000 views. YouTube takes a 45% cut, which turns into RPM, which is how much you get paid per 1,000 views. Duke Dennis makes entertainment content, which has an average CPM of $2.74. With YouTube's 45% cut, his RPM would be $1.51. Now that I just gave you that info, I'll leave you guys to do the math as to how much Duke Dennis made off that one video. If you can't do it yourself, don't worry. I explain it later on in the video, so keep watching. Duke Dennis was still using the stretch big build in 2K 2018, which really made him stand out because he was a good player, and most other creators at the time were using point guard builds. A lot of Duke Dennis's videos didn't have much editing. It was his personality that really let him shine. On January 27th, 2018, Duke Dennis uploaded a YouTube video titled 99 Overalls NBA 2K My Park in Real Life, all gold clothes LMAO, jump shot animations. That's a long title, bro. But this video got over 800,000 views. This was super similar to his NBA 2K17 in real life video, which got a lot of support and views. And even a lot of Duke's IRL basketball content was getting views as well. Duke Dennis was better than a lot of NBA 2K YouTubers in basketball, and he was also super athletic, with him posting videos of him doing crazy backflips in his early uploads on YouTube. After over a year of grinding, on March 2nd, 2018, he went live on YouTube, and Duke Dennis would surpass over 100,000 subscribers.
Yo, it's 100, bro. It don't really feel real right now, bro. You know how many digits that is, bro? First shout out go out to God, bro. Without him, I ain't got no, you know what I'm saying, no nothing.
Duke Dennis being able to grow with 2K18, the most hated 2K ever, says a lot about his work ethic and how entertaining his content was. By the way, if you guys want to learn about how to become a YouTuber or streamer or any type of content content creator, I just released my first book that teaches you how to do so. This took me 2.5 months to make, so I would appreciate it if you guys checked it out. And if you're super serious about it, you can buy the book. The link is in the description, and I cover everything from how to start your channel, content strategy, and blowing up your social media profile, what topics to create, and how to make money. And trust me, my insight is valid because I've helped a bunch of other creators and companies you might know grow their YouTube channels, social media profiles, and their streaming careers to hundreds of thousands to even millions of subscribers and followers. And I've built my own personal YouTube channel to 300,000 subscribers prior to posting on this Kayama channel. And this channel is even more proof that I can do it again. Anyways, I want to be transparent with you guys, as ultimately my goal with this channel is to help anybody out that wants to become a creator or make some money. I appreciate you listening. Now that Duke Dennis has reached over 100,000 subscribers, his next goal was that big million. At this point in time, Duke was blowing past milestones, passing 200,000 subscribers on October 14th, 2018, and his notoriety on YouTube allowing him to get invited to special events and make more connections. Towards the end of 2018, Duke Dennis went to an event with Phantom, Agent 00, and I'm Davis. These guys were all primarily 2K content creators at the time, and little did they know they were onto something great because they would start a collective and YouTube group very soon. After this event, Duke would get another $4,000 check from YouTube. He quickly used that money to move out and get his first apartment, and then guess what Duke did next?
Then I moved my mama out of the trailer into a decent apartment, just for the time being.
And Duke continued to grind with 2K19, averaging over 100,000 views with each video now, so he was able to move his mom out of that apartment and got her a decent sized house to live in with the revenue he was making from his channel. Now you must be thinking, wow, this dude is doing so much for his mom. What a great son. But that's not the end of it. Duke was planning something bigger for her.
My mama don't know this. I'm planning on buying her a bigger house, like a house that she gonna grow old in.
This is one of the catalysts that fueled Duke to keep up the grind and go harder with his content. He was getting better gear, making better thumbnails to increase his CTR on YouTube. If you don't know what CTR is, it means click-through rate, and it's usually represented by a percentage on your YouTube analytics. Now that percentage is calculated by the amount of people that saw your thumbnail on YouTube and actually clicked it. So if you were to have a 6% CTR, that would mean out of 100 people that saw your thumbnail, 6 people clicked on it, which is actually a good percentage. On average, most people get a 4 to 5% CTR, but depending on the size of your channel and your niche, that can vary.
Hold on, let me see something real quick. I gotta see what my CTR is. I gotta see what my CTR is. I gotta see something, bro. Gotta see my CTR, bro. I gotta see it. You can increase the chance of YouTube suggesting your content by increasing your click-through rate and your video watch time. Let me see real quick. because my impressions are at over 19,000. 62.4% from YouTube recommending your content. So I'm heading into a point to where everybody is going to be recommending my YouTube. And like in 7 days, the last 7 days, my monthly audience has been over 41,000 constantly. Since I've been going crazy. So I just want to know what's going to happen when I do 100 days straight, not going live 100 days straight. Because if you don't see me go live, I'm going to drop a video just to keep me in the loop. And then I got some videos that are moderate. I got some videos that are high. I got some videos that are very high. And then I got people who channels your audience watches. And like everybody watches my videos, watches my shorts, my lives. Over 4% turned on all notifications. So 55% of people who watch me aren't subscribed. But there's 45% that are subscribed. And majority of the age and gender, I need it to be even. I need it to be even. And I love that I'm in a good range. I got no kids watching me. I got a good mixture of different people. That's good. That's good stuff. That's good stuff. Oh, my goodness.
Very greatly, so I can't give you a picture-perfect, excellent CTR to strive for. You just have to see what works for your channel. But back to my point, Duke was just making better and more entertaining videos overall. Duke Dennis even did a thing a lot of creators wouldn't even bother to touch because it's so stressful. Daily uploading. Duke barely missed a day, which is super impressive because daily uploading in itself is very mentally tasking, and on top of that, he had to daily...
Oh my goodness, I'm doing what Duke Dennis did. He uploaded every day. I'm going live every day.
upload over 10-minute videos, which would probably take up more time for him to edit. That just goes to show you Duke's pure and raw work ethic. With that being said, on January 8th, 2019, Duke Dennis blew past 300,000 subscribers. Duke was still posting content on NBA 2K19, primarily about tutorials on how to make the best stretch big build, and other videos similar. A lot of these videos and tutorials are getting over 150,000 views now, and Duke would make frequent collabs with NBA YouTubers like I'm David and Lamar Monster. And Duke would also stream on YouTube from time to time, mostly for subscriber milestones, as he would keep most of his streaming on Twitch. Duke would then breeze through 400,000 subscribers on February 25th, 2019. And on April 22nd, 2019, Duke would reach 500,000 subscribers, halfway to the 1 million subscriber mark.
And we just ain't there. Big boy 500K in the mother chat. Let's get right into it. Hey, man, hold on real quick.
On May 14th, 2019, Duke Dennis uploaded a video titled Duke Dennis 99 Overall Montage from 60 overall to 99 overall, where he put all the clips to his road to 99 overall in 2K19, and this video got over 1.7 million views. This video and other content helped propel Duke Dennis's channel to reach 600,000 subscribers on June 25th, 2019, and eventually 700,000 subscribers after that on August 26th, 2019, when 2K19 was ending soon, and this had to be one of Duke Dennis's most successful years on YouTube. But Duke Dennis would continue with success when NBA 2K20 came out with the same type of content, build videos, jump shot videos, and other forms of 2K content. Duke Dennis uploaded a Kevin Durant build video at the beginning of 2K20, and this video got over 1.9 million views. At this point, Duke Dennis was one of the biggest 2K content creators at this time. His titles, thumbnails, and content are getting much better, and Duke Dennis is easily averaging over 250,000 views now. NBA 2K20 was super popular due to the pandemic at the time, and it seemed like every popular 2K YouTuber around this time period was getting great viewership during the spring and summer of 2K20. Towards the end of 2K20, Duke Dennis was now averaging over 600,000 views on his YouTube video, and on April 16th, 2020, Duke Dennis would hit 1 million subscribers.
Real talk, I don't supposed to be right. Y'all changing all our life right now. All I can say is, boy, we're gonna keep going crazy.
All those years of grinding finally paid off for Duke. He was now one of the most respected creators in the NBA 2K community. But this was only the beginning. Duke's career and influence would completely explode after this. But with everything good comes something bad. Unfortunately for Duke, his NBA 2K channel wouldn't grow as much after this, mainly due to the fact that NBA 2K21 and NBA 2K22 wouldn't be as popular as NBA 2K20, and both the games' audience size would reflect that very clearly. Since the Xbox One and PS5 came out during the release of 2K21, the developers had to make two separate versions of the game, one for the new gen consoles and another for the older generation consoles. Now you must be thinking, I mean, what's the issue? It's not that bad of a deal, right? Nah, it was actually pretty bad. It completely divided the 2K community, and the game didn't flourish as well as it should have. People were disappointed with these versions of 2K, including Duke Dennis. He wasn't doing daily uploads like he used to do, and instead he would upload once a week and sometimes even less than that. So instead, Duke started an IRL vlog channel called Duke Dennis and rebranded his NBA 2K channel to Duke Dennis Gaming on April 30th, 2020, with most of the earlier videos being reactions and vlogs. This channel hit over 100,000 subscribers in a week, and over 1 million subscribers.
I found a free print-on-demand Shopify app takes care of everything. No inventory, no shipping, and I only pay when I make a sale. Listen to what Ninja has to say.
Other print-on-demand companies lose you money. Ninja Print On Demand is the easiest way to start selling merch online. And unlike the other guys, it's free. No minimums or subscription fees. Visit ninjaprintondemand.com today.
Within a month, with Duke funneling his older audience from his other channel onto this channel. And this was honestly a genius transition. It's very hard for gaming content creators to pivot to IRL content because their old audience might not be interested in the new content that they're making. But Duke Dennis did it seamlessly. Also at this time, Duke was also a member of the new YouTube group called AMP, which stands for Any Means Possible. It was formed earlier in 2019 as a non-official group, but later their YouTube channel was created on January 24th, 2020 to solidify the branding. They all live in the same house called the AMP house, and the official roster included Duke Dennis, Kai Cenat, Phantom, Agent 00, Chris Next Door, and I'm Davis.
It was quarantine and we was linking up once a month to film videos.
AMP was a huge catalyst to Duke's growth as well, as him appearing in those videos would bring in a new audience to understand and see who Duke was that probably wouldn't know him if they never watched the AMP channel. This also significantly helped out the other members of AMP, as it had the same effect on them as well. With the success of AMP and consistent uploads from his personal channels, this brought Duke to new heights and his career was exploding like crazy. This was the pivotal point in Duke's career when he started to gain mainstream success and was recognized much more often in public. But this wasn't enough for Duke. He still had a bunch of tricks up his sleeve. So on July 7th, 2021, Duke launched his stream highlights channel called Duke Dennis Live, which showcases the best moments and clips of Duke's live streams from his Twitch account. Duke was really on that Twitch grind at this time period, with regular streams on Twitch rather than occasional, and he surpassed over 300,000 Twitch followers. Around the same time, he launched a YouTube channel for his Twitch highlights, which was genius because not everybody watches Twitch live streams, so people would come to Duke's YouTube channel to see the best moment, which means more reach to Duke from an audience that wouldn't normally watch his Twitch account. Now at this point of time, Duke doesn't really post much on his original NBA 2K channel due to his focus shifting on his other content formats, businesses, and different channels. Another content strategy that Duke really honed in on was clip farming. If you don't know what clip farming is, it's essentially the practice of taking a long form piece of content such as a live stream or long YouTube video and getting the most funny, hilarious, or even controversial or educational highlights, usually under 1 minute long, and spam posting it on short form social media such as TikTok, YouTube Shorts, and Instagram Reels. If one of those clips or multiple clips manage to go viral, it then turns to a traffic funnel where people go and check out your other social media pages and possibly follow you so that your influence can grow. Now, one advantage Duke had was that he had a fan base already, so he didn't really have to go out his way and post these clips. His audience would do it for him. It was essentially a positive feedback loop. Duke Dennis would also mention how at the beginning of his Twitch arbitrage, he would react to Kai Cenat, IShowSpeed, and other major streamers and post his clips on social media so that his content would be associated with them and recommended to the target audience that like watching their content, which was obviously the target audience Duke was reaching for, because his philosophy was you never want people to think you're below their favorite streamer. You want to seem like you're on the same level as them so that when your clips blow up, you're now expanding your peak as a creator to the audience size of the biggest streamers at the time. Duke has been so successful with his strategies and overall career as a creator, but the funny thing is his parents and older relatives still don't really know what he does.
My mama didn't even know she still don't know what to call it. She thought I just like play games. They just say I'm on the internet. He be on the internet.
Which goes to show you how relatively new being a creator still is, because there's still a disconnect from the older generation. And speaking about the older generation, do you guys remember that time Duke said that he was gonna get his mom a bigger house earlier on in this video?
My mama don't know this. I'm planning on buying her a bigger house. Like a house that she gonna grow old in.
Well, Duke kept his promise. On December 26, 2021, Duke Dennis uploaded a video titled I Bought My Mama a House, showcasing that he bought his mom a really nice single-family home.
If it weren't for y'all.
Hey, I plan on doing this for my mom. I plan on buying my mom a house. Because she lives in Kentucky. And it's time to level her up for real. So if not this year, I know next year for sure she's gonna be in the house. Let my wife know about everything.
I wouldn't even be in this little position right here, and I know that. Well, we appreciate that, boy. But we appreciate y'all, boys. I forgot to show y'all my brother's room too, but this their personal space, you know what I'm saying? This their area. I ain't trying to invade nobody's personal space. And mom finally done got done cooking, boy. I'm finna go cook.
What an inspiration, man. As Duke was getting more satisfied with his career, his satisfaction with his biological dad was almost there. At some point, Duke's older brother, Ernest Dennis, and his biological dad were in jail together, so both family members spoke to each other about their differences and why Duke's biological dad left his family when they were so young, and it seemed like they managed to patch things up somewhat.
And at the end of the day, like, it's two sides to every story, bro. You really never know both.
Now, Duke's older brother has been released from jail after almost 10 years, so it was good for Duke to get that sense of closure with his biological dad and to finally be reunited with his older brother after almost 10 years. With the truth about his past now in the open and the relationship with his family getting better, Duke was free to focus on his own journey. His brand and overall community began to evolve even more. Duke Dennis was quickly crowned the Riz God.
What does the word Riz mean?
Riz is just another word for having game.
A title he leaned into with a mix of charisma and humor that his audience loved. And plus, he always got the girls without trying. It was just like a freaking superpower, bro. Just watch his vlogs. You'll understand what I mean. Another running joke with his audience that helped strengthen his community was people calling him old. Because he's the oldest person in AMP, people joke that he's an old head that was born born in 1865 or something. But honestly, that's what makes Duke's story so legendary. A lot of people don't know that his journey to becoming a creator started way back when he was in the military. And on October 8th, 2024, almost a decade later after his service, he went back to Germany for the first time. It was a trip that was more than just a vlog. It was a return to where his real story began.
Hey look, I'm back in Germany for the first time since 2015. So it's almost been 10 years. Last time I was here, I was stationed in the Army. I was in the Army, so...
It was clear that Duke was enjoying every moment of his trip, and things couldn't have looked better on the outside. However, behind the scenes, every legend has their share of controversy. For Duke, his public life was about to take a sharp turn, as 2025 made him face his biggest challenges yet. Although Duke was a successful creator with over 2.6 million followers on Twitch and a combined over 4 million subscribers on his YouTube channels, he got hit with a little bit of controversy. In mid-2025, a bizarre viral rumor went around claiming that Duke had 8 children. He quickly went on stream to deny the wild claim, emphasizing that he wants to keep details about his personal life and relationships private. But in a twist of irony, in August 2025, Duke Dennis found himself in a very public situation when he and AMP were arrested at a closed mall for playing a game of hide and seek, possibly for a YouTube video or stream they were recording. He was charged with criminal trespassing and evading arrest, and then posted a $1,000 bond the following day. Duke Dennis's only reply to this situation was an Instagram story joking that he was officially on vacation, but he also went on stream to clear some things up.
The whole thing was just a big misunderstanding, miscommunication.
Montana throwing in the end zone. Oh, caught it! Intercepted. Polamalu takes it home. Denver's going to win it on the first.
But despite these headlines and viral moments, Duke Dennis was a businessman first, and he never stopped building his empire. He proved that viral controversies are just bumps in the road on the way to long-term success. His journey as an entrepreneur began to really take off as he launched and invested in a range of ventures. This included his D-Block clothing brand, in which he started in 2020, that showcases streetwear apparel like hoodies and tees. Fans immediately embraced his style, turning the merchandise into a key part of his income and brand identity. As one of the co-founders of the AMP Collective, Duke turbocharged that growth, leveraging strategic partnerships for the entire group.
Yeah, I'm about to go into my mind and bring out a collection for my YouTube channel, a merch collection. Gotta figure out the name, what's gonna be the merch, the hoodie, the shirt, the hat.
In 2024, they teamed up with Bang Energy and other brands related, with each member becoming an ambassador, on top of each member owning possibly a revenue share of the AMP brand itself. And just a year later, in February 2025, AMP launched their own skincare brand called Tone, which began selling at Target in July 2025, with Duke Dennis being one of the co-owners of the brand.
Oh, this is Tone. Wow, y'all.
Wow.
Wow.
Honestly, the top comment we keep getting is people saying they want to smell like Duke,
Yeah.
but it is good though. Deodorants, lotions, and lip balms.
Duke's favorite scent out of the whole collection is woodland, but Duke's entrepreneur spirit didn't stop there. Duke also began to strategically invest in real estate so that he could build passive wealth and expand his portfolio beyond his digital income. This was followed by collaborations with gaming companies, fashion brands like True Religion, and other expansions to his influence, helping him solidify his transformation from a content creator into a full-fledged entrepreneur. We're now nearing the end of 2025, and Duke Dennis has a combined total of 7 million subscribers off of all 3 of his YouTube channels, with an average of 1 to 3 million views per video on his main channel, over 6.8 million on...
Yeah, so I have a second channel at Was Never Media. Okay, so this channel, entrepreneurship. My second channel is where I do live reactions. I'm gonna set that all up for y'all. And then the new channel is going to be a conglomerate of all 5 of my businesses, where I speak on how it was becoming an entrepreneur. So it's gonna be a podcast. It's gonna be a podcast type of channel. And then I got my other two platforms, Kick Creator and a Twitch affiliate. It's gonna be a good time. 2026 is gonna be one of them ones.
TikTok, over 5.2 million on Instagram, and over 865K on X, aka Twitter. All this wasn't possible without Duke Dennis's drive and supportive family and friends around him. Having a good and supportive family and friends is a game changer in your success in life. It's not to say that it's impossible if you don't have a good and supportive family unit or friends, but it definitely makes it easier. And as his influence grew, it became clear that his impact went far beyond just the numbers. But Duke Dennis's success was way beyond just business. His influence stretched far past streaming and gaming, turning him into a legitimate force in pop culture. He started by simply doing what came naturally, and the internet took notice. His slang and catchphrases became viral trends, his outfits became cultural trademarks, and he helped make the AMP house lifestyle a core YouTube phenomenon. Duke Dennis has done crossovers with celebrities and rappers, solidifying his public profile, and even the NBA took notice, featuring him in promotional events and all-star content. Duke Dennis even got multiple awards. In 2023, he was nominated for a Streamy Award in the sports category. And in 2024, Rolling Stone listed him among the top 25 most influential creators, ranking him in top 5. This real-world fame brought a level of stardom that few creators ever achieved. Duke Dennis's public appearances draw in such massive crowds that he needs heavy security to stay safe. But ultimately, Duke didn't just grow an audience. He inspired a generation of creators. His content style, humor, and confidence proved that building a personal brand is all about being relatable, authentic, and funny. He showed all of us that you could amass millions of followers and still be one of the most charismatic figures in the game by just being yourself. Duke Dennis is one of the most successful creators in the industry, all at the young age of 31, soon to be 32. And he came a long way. He's making millions at this point. That brings me on to my next segment. How much does Duke Dennis really make? In this section, we'll be calculating Duke's income sources and his final estimated net worth. Let's start off with where I left you guys off earlier in this video. Duke Dennis's most viewed YouTube video and his ad revenue. Duke Dennis's most viewed YouTube video has over 9 million views. YouTube's got this thing called CPM and RPM, which means cost per mil and revenue per mil. CPM is how much money advertisers are willing to pay for your content per 1,000 views. YouTube takes a 45% cut, which turns into RPM, which is how much you get paid per 1,000 views. Duke Dennis makes entertainment content, which has an average CPM of $2.74. With YouTube's 45% cut, his RPM would be $1.51. So with a CPM of $2.74, Duke Dennis would have made $24,660 from a 9 million viewed video. Obviously, YouTube has to take their 45% cut, so the total revenue Duke Dennis takes away is $13,590,000, which is a lot of money and genuinely insane when you consider Duke Dennis.
The Voto's acne removal, effortless precision with a simple slider. Navigate to blemish removal and select Freckles Acne. Use the sub-slider to seamlessly remove acne from your photos. Experience a 10x faster editing workflow with the Voto for professional photographers. The Voto.
Other content. Now let's combine all of Duke Dennis's views and see how much he's made throughout his YouTube career off of just ad revenue. Currently, Duke Dennis has 3 known official YouTube channels. If we take all the views from those channels, Duke Dennis would have a combined total of 586 million views. With a CPM of $2.74, Duke Dennis would have made a combined total of $1.6 million off ad revenue from all of his YouTube channels. But unfortunately, YouTube has to take their 45% cut, so Duke Dennis is actually taken away $885,000 off his combined ad revenue from all of his channels. And this is barely scratching the surface. Duke Dennis still gets paid from sponsorships, merchandise, donations, and much more. But let's take it one at a time and see how much Duke Dennis makes off of Twitch ad revenue. First, you need to understand one key number, the full view count. While Duke Dennis's average concurrent viewers are around 20,000 views per stream, his full stream bots pull in 600,000 views total on average, with some outlier videos getting much more than that. But we're gonna stick with 600,000 because that's an accurate representation of Duke's core audience. Now with that being said, Twitch's average payout for creators for ad revenue is $2 to $5 per 1,000 views. Duke usually streams around 2 to 3 times a week, so that means on average Duke Dennis streams around 10 times a month. With an RPM of $2 to $5 per 1,000 views, Duke Dennis would be earning $1,200 to $3,000 in ad revenue per stream. Per month, Duke would be making $12,000 to $30,000, and per year, Duke could be estimated to pull in $144,000 to $360,000 just from Twitch ad revenue. Next, let's see how much Duke Dennis makes from Twitch live stream subscriptions. You've probably heard a streamer say, if you like the stream, hit that sub button. But what exactly is a sub? Think of a Twitch subscription like a monthly club membership. For about $5.99 a month, which is a tier 1 sub, you get cool perks like custom emotes and ad-free viewing. There are other tiers like tier 2 and tier 3, which cost significantly more than the baseline tier 1, but that's only if you want to support the creator even more. But most people stick with the basic tier 1 subscription. Duke Dennis has a massive community with over 3.2 million followers on Twitch and over 18,000 Twitch subscribers as of the time I'm recording this video. So if we multiply Duke Dennis's Twitch subscribers by the monthly cost of $5.99 per sub, Duke Dennis would be making over $107,000 a month and $1.3 million a year off of Twitch subscriptions. But that's the amount Duke Dennis brings in before Twitch takes their cut. For most streamers, Twitch usually takes a standard 50-50 cut, where Twitch gets half and the creator gets half. On that plan, Duke Dennis would be making $54,000 a month, which adds up to $646,000 a year from Twitch subscriptions only. But here's where it gets interesting. Top creators like Duke Dennis are often on a special 70-30 split. That means Duke Dennis gets to keep 70% of his revenue, and Twitch only gets 30%. That special deal bumps his monthly take up to around $75,000, which adds up to
That means the splits I have are legendary. With Kick, I got my contract on Kick. I got a 95.5. I keep 95% of everything I make on Kick. On Twitch, I keep 70% of everything I make on Twitch. On YouTube, I keep 55% of everything I make on YouTube. That's three different ways of income for my media company. So I'm trying to let y'all know. I'm trying to help y'all. Trying to show y'all the truth.
$905,000 a year off of Twitch live stream subscriptions, which is a ton of money. But that's not all. Let's see how much Duke Dennis makes off of Twitch live stream donations. Now this one's a little bit tricky because there isn't really a consistent amount you can earn per stream. As with one day you could earn $1,000 and the next day you could earn up to $10,000. It just depends on who's crazy enough to donate you that much money and how many viewers you have. So let's do a little bit of hypothetical math. The common donation conversion rate that top streamers usually get is around 0.5%, and the average donation a viewer gives a streamer is around $5. Duke Dennis usually averages around 600,000 viewers per stream, not concurrently, but when the full stream is uploaded, because not everybody's gonna have enough time to watch the whole stream. Sometimes people come for 10 minutes and then leave, but it still counts as a view. And obviously he has outlier videos that perform much better or worse, but let's go with the realistic 600,000. Now concurrently, Duke Dennis averages around 20,700 viewers per stream. Those are the people that are actively watching the stream live in that specific instance. With that being said, with around 600,000 total viewers and 20,000 concurrent viewers, with a 0.5 conversion rate and factoring donations coming in straight from Duke's core active audience and community, with an average donation of $5, Duke Dennis would be making $2,000 to $10,000 in donations per stream. Within the course of a month, Duke Dennis would be making $20,000 to $100,000 a month in Twitch live stream donations. Now over the course of a year, Duke Dennis could be making $240,000 to $1.2 million a year off of Twitch live stream donations. That's like the ultimate charity, bro. Next, let's talk about how much Duke Dennis makes off of merchandise. Duke Dennis's clothing brand is called D-Block, and currently the average price of his clothing is $55. I couldn't find much data online as to how much Duke Dennis makes from merch, so let's use some logical estimates. On average, most successful YouTubers have around 1 to 5% of their subscribers purchase their merchandise. For Duke Dennis, we can use an estimated 2% for a realistic approach, considering his popularity and active fan engagement. So if Duke Dennis has a combined total of 6.86 million subscribers on YouTube and 3.2 million followers on Twitch, that would mean Duke Dennis would have over 10 million followers across both platforms. Now if 2% of his total fans buy his merch, that would mean Duke Dennis would have over 201,000 loyal fans that actively buy his merchandise. If each of those fans buy a piece of merchandise with an average price of $55, Duke Dennis could potentially make over $11 million off of one merch drop. Now that sounds like a lot of money, but when you have to factor in cost and expenses, you're not going to be taking all of that money. On average, a successful apparel brand usually has a gross profit margin of 50 to 70%. This means that for every dollar of revenue, about 30 to 50 cents goes to these costs. Now for Duke's situation, we can go in the middle of that and use 60% as an example. So with a 60% profit margin, Duke would be taking away $6.6 million, with $4.4 million going towards merchandise expenses. And this is only one merch drop. He could do multiple a year if he wanted to. But that's not realistic because making merch and shipping it all out is a lot of planning. And don't get me started on the fees, expenses, and taxes you have to go through. So he might not even get to keep all that money. Now let's get into Duke Dennis's assets, such as his houses and cars. So there isn't any publicly recorded property owned by Duke Dennis because he likes to keep his life somewhat private. However, Duke Dennis has mentioned multiple times that he's invested in property to build wealth and diversify his financial portfolio. But on December 26, 2021, Duke Dennis showcased the house he bought for his mom in South Carolina. And based on current South Carolina real estate data, a modern, well-built family home in a desirable area would likely fall in between the $500,000 to $900,000 range. So the house Duke bought for his mom could fall in between that range. Duke Dennis also lives with the other AMP members at the AMP house. You might notice that the AMP members move around a lot, and that's no accident. Instead of owning a single home, the collective
Switch to TurboTax.
has a business strategy of renting out high-end, multi-million-dollar mansions for their content. It's a smart business move that gives them a new background for their videos without long-term commitment of owning. So what does that look like financially? For example, the last AMP house they rented in Atlanta was valued over $2.3 million and a rent of $20,000 a month. But that's just the start. AMP also rented out a basketball legend Tony Parker's summer house in Texas for their AMP summer house. Now that house is valued at an insane $16.5 million. They're only renting out that house for 1 month though, and we don't know the exact rental price for their 30-day stay, but given the value of the home and what they paid for their other mansions, it's a sure bet that their rent was over $100,000 just for that single month. When you look at other houses in Atlanta that they've also rented that are valued at $3.6 million and $2.6 million respectively, you can see a pattern. Duke Dennis and the rest of AMP are living a premium lifestyle to create premium content. He also owns a $600,000 car collection that consists of a custom-made and custom-wrapped emerald green Lamborghini Urus worth $400,000.
Hey man, this the lamb down. Thank you, man.
A custom emerald green wrapped Dodge Challenger Black Ghost worth $100,000.
This right here is my Black Ghost, one of 300. You know what I'm saying?
And another emerald green wrapped Jeep Wrangler Rubicon 392.
Let's hear it again. It's basically a skate in a Jeep. This is probably my favorite car out of all of them.
Next, we can't forget about sponsorships. That's one of the main bread and butters of revenue streams for creators. I couldn't really find much detail as to how much Duke Dennis charges for sponsorships online, so we're gonna have to do some estimates. First, let's consider a couple factors. Duke Dennis has the ability to consistently engage millions of viewers and create viral moments. Given his influence over a younger, tech-savvy demographic, brands would be likely to pay a lot of money for access to his audience. So I'm guessing Duke Dennis could be charging $50,000 to $100,000 on the low end, $100,000 to $250,000 on the mid-range, and $250,000 to $500,000 on the high end per sponsorship. And if Duke works with a brand for a longer period of time, they might even pay him more money. If these sponsorships are a monthly occurrence, on the low end, Duke Dennis could be making $600,000 to $1 million yearly. On the mid-range, Duke Dennis could be making $1.2 million to $3 million a year. And on the high end, Duke Dennis could be making $3 million to $6 million a year off of sponsorship. Next, let's talk about Duke Dennis's brands and businesses. Duke Dennis is one of the co-founders of the Tone brand, which is the skincare line launched by AMP. It started with online sales in February 2025 and expanded to nationwide sales and Target in July 2025. While the exact numbers are private, the brand has had 7-figure sales in its first 3 days at Target. So a conservative estimate for the total amount of sales Tone has made so far from its launch to the time I'm recording this video in August 2025 would be around $10 million to $20 million. So it's safe to say Tone is now generating at least around $1 to $2 million a month. Creator royalties on brands like this are usually 5 to 10% of total sales. So based off the estimated sales so far, Duke Dennis's personal share from Tone would be an estimated $500,000 to $2 million in total. So Duke Dennis's monthly earnings from Tone could be $50,000 to $200,000 and possibly even more as the brand keeps growing. Now here's the best part, Duke Dennis's final net worth. If we combine all of Duke Dennis's income sources and assets such as his houses and cars, within his period of being a full-time content creator for 8 years, Duke Dennis's final estimated net worth would be $35 million. I don't even know what to say to that. I have never seen that much money in my life, and I'm sure you haven't too, unless your family's rich. Even though Duke Dennis makes a lot of money, unfortunately the government always has to get involved, so we have to figure out his net worth after taxes. Considering Duke Dennis's current residence is in Atlanta, Georgia, I'm assuming that's his home base of operations. So Duke Dennis has to go through Georgia state income tax of 5.75% and federal taxes. If Duke Dennis's net worth is $35 million, the federal tax bracket for Duke Dennis would be 37%, considering his ridiculously high yearly salary from content creation. So Duke Dennis's net worth after taxes would be $21 million. It's so crazy how the government can just swipe $14 million just like that. But it's a good thing tax deductibles are a thing. Regardless though, Duke Dennis turned his challenges into opportunities. Each controversy, viral moments, and challenges fueled his growth, allowing him to make entertaining and relatable content. Through it all, Duke Dennis leaves a legacy of being genuine, relatable, inspiring, and resilient, while staying positive, keeping his fans close, and never losing his sense of humor. Doing this helped Duke Dennis create a diverse brand across YouTube, Twitch, and the rest of social media. But Duke Dennis's story is a testament to say anybody that started from nothing can make it to the top if they try hard enough and they're in the right environment. Even if you self-doubt yourself and you don't think there's a way, there's always a way. But who am I to tell you that? Let me allow Duke Dennis to give you the advice.
If you ain't got on it by now, then you are the problem. Everybody out here, you know what I'm saying, grinding and doing a big one, so you should be as well.
Once I figured out that Shopify was a thing, I never turned back. I can create a site with my eyes closed. I'm Kiana, and I left.
Would you guys believe me if I told you Mr. Beast was completely broke and grew up struggling in a chaotic household?
My mom was in the military. She was a single mom and she worked a lot.
His early life was so difficult, he barely even remembers the first 10 years of his life.
Do you remember what you were doing when you were like 11 and 10? Because I don't.
When most people see Mr. Beast, they think of a rich, generous, and genius YouTuber.
I am sitting on $5 million in cash. In this video, we are building and giving away 100 houses. In this video, we're going to help 2,000 people walk again.
But little do y'all know, Mr. Beast wasn't always like this. He was struggling, and life wasn't so easy for him. With the background he came from, statistically, he wasn't even supposed to make it. But even when life had him down, he kept on pushing. In this video, I'm gonna be showing you guys how Mr. Beast went from broke to rich. Now let's go way back to the beginning. Remember when I was saying the chances of Mr. Beast being rich and famous was super low? Yeah, it was difficult. Mr. Beast, also known as Jimmy Donaldson, was born in Wichita, Kansas on May 7th, 1998. He wasn't really raised in a traditional household because his parents divorced at an early age, so he was left living in a single mother household with his other two siblings. On top of that, he was from a lower middle class family. If you're familiar living in a divorced household or poor household, y'all know that things get messy. Before the divorce, Mr. Beast's parents were army officers in the military. He was the second son to both of them.
I'm a retired lieutenant colonel.
No, I did not know that.
21 years on active duty in the Army.
So you're like a military kingpin.
I guess so.
His mother, Susan Marie King Donaldson, now perisher, made history as the first female prison warden at the only military prison in Europe at that specific time. Those operations were run by the United States Department of Defense.
So yeah, I spent 21 years on active duty, retired lieutenant colonel, did all sorts of cool stuff, joined active duty in '86. I ended up being the first female prison warden for the DoD prison over in Heidelberg, Germany in 2001.
But even though his parents had honorable jobs, there was a dark secret behind closed doors. In Mr. Beast's mom's autobiography, titled Rock Bottom and Faithless, she was moody, uninterested, and overwhelmed being a mother. And because of that, she wasn't very present in Mr. Beast's early life. In retrospect, she really regrets acting like this. But as a result of this neglective behavior, Mr. Beast and his siblings were raised by other people. And when Mr. Beast's parents were together in the house, the whole vibe was off. In Mr. Beast's mom's autobiography, she said her family life had a lot of abusive issues, control issues, and overall fear just spread around. Charles Richard Donaldson Sr. was Mr. Beast's dad. He was an army officer, but when he got home, even the household couldn't catch a break from him. Mr. Beast's mom had to deal with a physically and emotionally abusive marriage for 21 years. This not only affected her, but the 3 young children as well. Young Mr. Beast couldn't do anything. All he could really do was watch the chaos unfold, and the family couldn't even catch a break. Later on in his youth, Mr. Beast's little sister was diagnosed with life-threatening leukemia. The mixture of this abuse and tragedy made the Donaldson household so toxic to live in. Eventually, Mr. Beast's mother had enough, and they divorced. But even though they were separated, there were still years of fighting and argument with the parents. And it would even make the situation worse by bringing the kids into the equation. So imagine being a 12-year-old, having to deal with this, and it's no wonder Mr. Beast can barely remember the first 10 years of his life. To add on to the turmoil, apparently Mr. Beast's mom lost everything in the 2008 financial crisis. The 3 kids and single mom couldn't catch a break, as the family had to constantly move around because of Mr. Beast's mom's military assignment. Eventually, the fragmented Donaldson family settled in North Carolina. I can't imagine how much pain Mr. Beast and his family had to go through, as they were probably in a constant state of stress and uncertainty. But this will be the tough past that shaped Mr. Beast to become who he is today. When Mr. Beast reached his preteen years, his life got less chaotic and he found a love and interest for many hobbies, such as baseball. Mr. Beast started playing baseball when he was 10 years old. He started off with the Little League and then moved on to Babe Ruth. Even though he enjoyed the sport, he was still a very shy and timid child. He would watch a lot of ESPN on his free time, but outside of sports, he just watched a lot of YouTube. Keep in mind, this was 2008, so YouTube wasn't as widely popular as it is today. No one in his school liked watching videos, so he just kind of felt like an outcast.
No one in my school liked videos, so I kind of just felt like an outcast because I just was hyped.
I like making my podcast. I don't like making short clips of my podcast. So the AI chooses the best.
hyper obsessed over it. No one else really related to me on it.
And I can relate. Me and Mr. Beast are around the same age. And during that time, if you were a kid watching YouTube, you were kind of seen as weird. As time went on, Mr. Beast treated YouTube as just entertainment. And he would continue playing baseball and attend school like a normal kid. But everything changed when he met one key person to his life. And this person's name is Chris Tyson. Other people may know him as Ava Chris Tyson now, but we're not going to get into that.
Chris is one of my oldest friends, probably my oldest friend that I still know to this day.
Mr. Beast met Chris when he was still in middle school and Chris was in high school. Mr. Beast was 12 and Chris was 14. They had a great friendship because they had a lot of similar interests. And they were the only kids that really enjoyed YouTube and talked about it a lot.
We were kind of the only kids that really liked YouTube and really enjoyed talking about it.
With that being said, Mr. Beast thought to himself, why am I watching this content when I could be a creator myself? What inspired him to think like this was when he was watching one of his favorite creators at the time. This guy's name was Woody's Gamertag. It was the year 2010 and Woody quit his job to go full-time on YouTube. And this was crazy because YouTube's partner program was still at its infancy at this time, as it came out in December 2007. It's barely been a thing for 3 years, and a lot of people didn't know you could make money on YouTube, let alone go full-time. Mr. Beast had an epiphany and realized, wow, you can make money doing this? So Mr. Beast locked in and made his first YouTube channel. By the way, if you guys want to learn about how to become a YouTuber or streamer or any type of content creator, I just released my first book that teaches you how to do so. This took me 2.5 months to make, so I would appreciate it if you guys checked it out. And if you're super serious about it, you can buy the book. The link is in the description, and I cover everything from how to start your channel, content strategy, and blowing up your social media profile, what topics to create, and how to make money. And trust me, my insight is valid because I've helped a bunch of other creators and companies you might know grow their YouTube channels, social media profiles, and their streaming careers to hundreds of thousands to even millions of subscribers and followers. And I've built my own personal YouTube channel to 300,000 subscribers prior to posting on this Kayama channel. And this channel is even more proof that I can do it again. Anyways, I want to be transparent with you guys, as ultimately my goal with this channel is to help anybody out that wants to become a creator or make some money. I appreciate you listening. On February 20th, 2012, Mr. Beast made his first YouTube channel. Funny enough, Chris Tyson was his first subscriber.
I was there with Jimmy the day he created his YouTube channel, and I was actually his first subscriber.
Mr. Beast was 13 years, 9 months, and 13 days old at this point. Bro was young and practically clueless, but he knew he had a dream. His channel name at the time was called Beast5TY, and he started off with a $9.50 headset, a hand-me-down laptop that he stole from his older brother.
I had this really crappy hand-me-down laptop. I think my brother got it for Christmas, and I ended up kind of just like stealing it and using it.
And a new copy of Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. Oh, did I mention bro didn't even know how to edit YouTube videos like that yet? He was pretty much starting from ground zero.
I didn't know how to edit. I basically had nothing, knew nothing, had no money.
But even with those trials and tribulations, the 13-year-old Mr. Beast started posting content. But unfortunately, all that hard work was for nothing because he was barely getting views. But Mr. Beast wasn't a quitter. He kept on pushing and posting more content and came up with new strategies to grow. He went from 27 subscribers to 1,000 subscribers doing this tactic called sub for sub. How this basically works is that you have two people that want to grow their YouTube channels. So you collectively agree, if you follow me or subscribe to my channel, I'll follow you back or subscribe to you. And to be fair, this tactic is a double-edged sword, but I'll explain why later. Mr. Beast joined this YouTube group where he would subscribe to other people, and in turn, they would subscribe to him. Mr. Beast was growing and reached well over 6,000 subscribers because of this, but it came at a depressing cost. He was literally getting 2 views every time he got 1 subscriber, which is a terrible ratio. That means the people that subscribed to him weren't even engaging at all. He pretty much had a dead channel and it didn't even take off yet. But to be fair, his content wasn't that great either. That was another reason why people didn't stick around. Mr. Beast did this until he got 7,708 subscribers, but reality didn't really hit him until he uploaded a video and it only got 5 views with that subscriber count, and 3 of the views were himself.
And then I uploaded a video and it got 5 views, 3 of which are me.
This made Mr. Beast utterly sad and lose a lot of motivation, which in turn ended up with him deleting the Beast5TY channel on December 25th, 2012.
I just delete the channel out of frustration. I realized sub for sub's not a good idea. I realized all the time
I wasted on.
Mr. Beast knew he either had to win or die trying, so he made a new channel called That Dude. The content on the channel was pretty random at the time, with no clear sense of direction, as he had a couple Minecraft videos, Pokemon, and even Call of Duty Black Ops 2 content.
What's up, guys, and welcome to episode 1 of my Minecraft Let's Play.
Mr. Beast kept on making content under this name for a while. He later on changed it to Mr. Beast 6000, after receiving it as a random gamer tag when he was playing Xbox.
When you create an account on Xbox, they have this thing where it just gives you a random gamer tag. And I was just like, Mr. Beast, this sounds cool.
He made an official logo for his name and kept on posting commentary content with gaming consistently for the next year, only to reach 300 subscribers.
What is going on, guys? I just hit 300 subscribers, which is pretty freaking awesome. I'm pretty happy about it.
And don't get me wrong, 300 subscribers isn't that bad. Most people can barely even get 10. Like seriously, imagine 300 people in a room. That's a lot. But when you compare that to massive YouTubers with millions of subscribers, Mr. Beast was nowhere near his goal.
And I know you're saying, bro, 300 subscribers, that's not that much. I mean, there are people with millions. And compared to other people, no, 300 isn't that much. But for a guy just starting off and videos that aren't even that good, it's pretty freaking awesome. I have a lot of friends that are stuck at like 25 subscribers and would dream of getting 100.
And this was the beginning to the right mindset that would elevate Mr. Beast's career. He got a new microphone because he wanted to up his quality.
What's up, guys? I just bought a new microphone, the Blue Snowball, for around $60 off of Amazon. And if you've seen any of my older videos, this mic sounds like 30 times better than my old mic.
With this new upgrade, he managed to get to 100 videos and 700 subscribers.
Over the past year, I've gained over 700 subscribers and gained almost 80,000 video views. And that blows my mind because I never thought I'd get anywhere near that many subscribers.
That goes to show you success doesn't come overnight. 700 subscribers isn't a lot, but Mr. Beast kept going. If the biggest YouTuber on the planet right now took 1 year to get 700 subscribers, that goes to show you with hard work, smart thinking, consistency, and perseverance, you can accomplish your goals. And the longer you do it, the higher chance of you getting lucky. The first videos that gained Mr. Beast traction were in 2014, where he would talk about how much the biggest YouTubers at that time period were making off of YouTube, which is kind of ironic because that's kind of what my channel talks about, but with some obvious differences. That's a full circle moment right there. His first video in this series was titled, How Much Money Does PewDiePie Make?
How much does PewDiePie make? $13,650. That is how much PewDiePie makes per day.
He also covered other YouTubers like Smosh, Penguin Zero, and even himself.
So here we go. I'll just throw a picture up in the video. It took me 75,000 views to make my first $100 off of YouTube.
And with this series, his channel started to gain more views. 200 views a video to be precise. Although that might not be a lot to some people, he was getting them consistently now. As before, his view count was very unorthodox, with some videos getting 100 views and others even as low as 10. He managed to break out of that barrier and 10 view purgatory, all just because he made content on something he was curious about and people were interested in.
Look at it. Isn't it beautiful? Quadruple digits. It has come to my attention. I've hit 1,000 subs. Pretty awesome. Thank you all for subscribing. I don't really know why you're subscribe to me because my videos kind of suck.
Keep in mind, Mr. Beast was in high school at this time. He was around 15 years old, grinding out YouTube and attending Greenville Christian Academy in North Carolina. Everything was going great until tragedy struck Mr. Beast. In 9th grade, Mr. Beast was diagnosed with Crohn's disease, an inflammatory bowel condition.
Basically, your intestines are inflamed, and because they're inflamed, you don't process food as well. So if I ate something, it would just go right through me, like literally within a day. And because it's so inflamed, it's like someone's just dragging a knife across your stomach, so it's super painful.
Before Mr. Beast found out what was wrong, he was feeling sick almost daily, and he even dropped 40 pounds one summer due to the severe discomfort.
I went from like 180 pounds down to 139. I remember 139 because that was my lowest, which at 6'2" was like a frail little twig. I mean, I barely could get out of bed. I had no energy to do anything. I didn't even want to go to school, and I just hated my life back then. It was really miserable.
Mr. Beast's stomach couldn't keep any food in, and it took him and his family months to figure out a proper diet plan and treatment for his condition. This affected his ability to do anything. Mr. Beast played baseball and basketball in high school.
Jimmy played sports, basketball, baseball, all the way through high school, all the way through his senior year.
During his games, he would always throw up behind the scenes, and he also had to use the bathroom a lot. Mr. Beast even mentioned that when his baseball team would go to McDonald's for a lunch break, he'd have to pack his own healthy food while watching other kids eat whatever they like with without having to worry. I can only imagine the feeling of that. That sucks. Because of Mr. Beast's Crohn's disease condition, he had to drop his aspirations for playing baseball in college. Because he knew baseball wasn't going to take him anywhere anytime soon, he decided to lock in and fully put all his attention to YouTube. Mr. Beast was consistent for a while, but just before he was about to hit 2,000 subscribers, he stopped uploading for a month. I'm not sure if it was due to the situation or condition he had, but it could be a mixture of that and motivation. Mr. Beast returned to YouTube after a month with a new outlook on life, and he's now on his second year doing YouTube.
It's been a month since I uploaded to YouTube, and to be honest, I was pretty sure I was done with YouTube.
During this time period, it seems Mr. Beast started to gain more knowledge about how to handle his money and time.
Be wise with your money, especially if you ever do something or invent something where you get a lot of money. Just be wise with it and don't let it go to your head. If you actually want to get somewhere off of doing a gaming channel, you really have to be original and you have to have high quality stuff. If it isn't high quality, why would they watch you instead of someone else?
With this new upload consistency, his channel started to pick up again, and he went from 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 to even 5,000 subscribers. At this point, Mr. Beast knew this was going to be something big. But Mr. Beast's mother was still oblivious as to what he was doing outside of school. At this point, he'd been making content for 3 years now, and Mr. Beast got in trouble with his mom for not telling her about his YouTube channel.
And one of the first things she noticed is that I've been doing this for over 3 years, and she was like, why didn't you tell me you've been doing this?
When I first started making content, I definitely did not tell my mom. And that comes back to me just being super shy. I just didn't know how she would react.
I thought it was people from high school. Never ever did I connect that he was actually doing YouTube.
Mr. Beast would skip studying to go straight to making YouTube videos in his room. Obviously, his mom wasn't happy with that, but he was determined. This is what he wanted to do. He was so meticulous with his YouTube goals that he even made a series of videos guessing how much subscribers he would have in a certain amount of years. This ranged from 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, and even 10. Bro wasn't playing around.
At the time I'm recording this video, I have 8,000 subscribers and 1.8 million views. So whenever you see this, compare these numbers to whatever I have when you watch this. What's up, guys? It's currently October 4th, 2015. If I don't have 1 million subscribers when you see this video, my entire life has been a failure.
Mr. Beast had huge ambition and he was just working with what he had. I mean, look at his setup at the time, for God's sake. It was janky.
It was really rough back then to make content. I'm kind of poor, so that's where I set my camera on.
I think I've shown you guys my setup before. We got the computer there, and then we got this 10-foot wide green screen right here. Pretty sick setup. I'm obviously really devoted to YouTube.
But to be fair, he was in a better position than where he was a couple years ago. He was essentially collecting scraps so he could buy decent equipment in the future. At the time, he was using a cheap Windows phone that only did 480p, which was terrible as most people watched YouTube videos in 1080p at the time. Even 720p was great.
The Windows phone I had, Windows Phone sucked. It was like 480p. It didn't even make sense.
So he pretty much saved up for a year so he could get that setup and a computer that wouldn't crash while he was editing. After 3 years of hard work, Mr. Beast finally hit 10,000 subscribers on YouTube. Even though he reached this milestone that most people in their lives will never see, Mr. Beast was still unhappy. His problem was that he wasn't enjoying video games anymore, the primary content format that got him his first 10,000 subs. And if you understand the basic principles of social media, you know that switching your niche on YouTube isn't that easy, as your audience is already used to a specific type of content. So if you make a different form of content, they might not.
I have a membership. I'm about to fix up my membership perks, starting off with just one membership on my YouTube channel at AFK from the Spa. That's my YouTube name. That's my YouTube name. AFK from the Spa City. You dig? You dig me? So, with being a streamer, because I'm not only just a streamer, the people on YouTube know what I do, but y'all might not know what I do on here. I'm pretty sure y'all wondering why I'm not at work, but outside of Twitch, YouTube, Kick, I am a medical courier. So basically, I'm an entrepreneur. So I make money outside of here. So everything I make here is for streaming only. I got a mic coming Sunday. We got a mic coming Sunday. So stay tuned for that. And I got 6 months. I call this free time. So I got 6 months to make something happen. And I already got the engine running already. I just gotta promote my channel. Watch how everything grows. I got sub challenges for everything for the channel. So just keeping it real, keeping it as real as can be. I'll be right back though. Be right back. So it was good. Was popping. Let me update y'all. So my community's name is Five City Network. Because I'm from Hot Springs, Arkansas. And my membership cost is $1.99. Everybody has $1.99. My goal is to reach 1,000 people. Like I don't have a need for like going overboard. So my goal is to get the first plaque. I'm cool with getting the first plaque on YouTube, getting 100,000 subscribers, getting 1,000 people in my community, a healthy community, a positive community.
Tune in because that's not what they subscribed for. So this was a scary transition for Mr. Beast.
It's really hard to become known on YouTube doing video game commentaries. It's too generic. It's not unique at all. You can't get anywhere doing this in 2015.
Mr. Beast wanted to switch to more variety content, as that particular style of gaming commentary was oversaturated at the time. This situation was a double-edged sword, because ultimately he could either increase his reach by pivoting away from gaming, or immediately alienate his current audience and lose all of his viewership. It was a difficult decision for Mr. Beast, but he decided to go forward with it anyway. Luckily, he wasn't alone, as he had a friend to help him out, Chris Tyson. On top of that, remember the old Windows phone that he had? That definitely didn't cut it for in real life content. So Mr. Beast had one of his family members help him buy a used iPhone. So his camera quality for vlogging was much better now. And that's when everything changed. Oh, and this was around the time Mr. Beast took the 6,000 out of his name and just kept it Mr. Beast, which was a great idea. Branding is everything in this day and age.
My channel name is no longer Mr. Beast 6000. Honestly, I don't like the way Mr. Beast 6000 sounds that much. Numbers make you look less professional. Most of the time, people remember Mr. Beast, but they never remember the numbers at the end, and so that's why I changed it. The people who are used to calling me Mr. Beast 6000 are now just gonna have to get used to calling me Mr. Beast. Then in a month, it's gonna be like this never happened.
And he was right. On top of the name change rebranding, Mr. Beast even had his own theme song made for him by a YouTuber named Who Billy. You spend all this time making content and filming these videos to get new followers. And when you finally get new followers, they ghost your content. And that's hurting your brand. So let's fix that with this. To this day, Mr. Beast still uses this song in his videos, and this was made in September 2015. Since Mr. Beast pivoted away from gaming commentary to more of IRL content, him and Chris were making goofy videos.
Let this be known, if I die, Crisscross Applesauce can have my channel. 61. I'm gonna be like 90 and die, and then you're gonna pull this video up and be like, they're like, my kids are gonna want my channel, and you're gonna take it because I said it right there. I'm gonna play this at your funeral, by the way.
And he didn't really have a niche, it was just mostly random content.
My niche, if I'm being honest, is being so random that you don't know what to expect.
This is the same as saying you have no niche, pretty much. And that's okay, because he was working with it. At the time, Mr. Beast had 15,000 subs now, and there really wasn't any major goal for most of these videos.
Yeah, for me, I don't really have a niche, because everything is already becoming oversaturated already. Where the one niche where people are talking about people's funds, people's debt, people already going crazy speaking on that type of stuff. I'm focused on creating a niche that only I can perform once and nobody can replicate it. That's the type of niche I'm working on.
Mr. Beast was just the thought of possibly becoming a full-time YouTuber one day. It was now the fall of 2015, and Mr. Beast was a senior in high school. His due date for graduation was May 2016, and as that graduation date came closer, the pressure to blow up on YouTube started to hit him, because he wasn't really sure what to do with his life. But Mr. Beast's mom knew. She wanted Mr. Beast to go to college. She was a first-generation college student, so she was raised with the belief that college was 100% necessary.
I'm a first-generation college person. Okay. I'm pretty in a box in my thinking, right? I don't have that creative side that he has. So it was very natural for me to say, okay, you go to college.
Mr. Beast's major goal in
When I tell you, my dad went to Delaware University. He was a Sigma. My mom went to Grambling University. She got her criminal justice degree. Then I got my business degrees, and I really did not see myself utilizing those because when I would apply for jobs, jobs would tell me that I'm overqualified. You know how crazy that is? When the same people would tell you, go to school, get a degree. You can't. They wouldn't let me be a manager or anything if I didn't have experience. But then all of a sudden, once I get degrees, certificates, I'm all of a sudden overqualified for whatever. That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy.
in high school was to never go to college.
I never wanted to go to college.
So this is when he decided to take YouTube much more seriously.
I'm like, oh, I'm still only making a few bucks a day. Like, we got to figure this out.
Mr. Beast then graduated high school in May 2016, and during that summer, he would grind out YouTube. One of his first major breakout videos, titled Cutting a Table in Half with Plastic Knives, got over 100,000 views in less than a month, and it also pushed him to 50,000 subscribers on June 11, 2016.
Alright boys, I got my table here. I got a bunch of plastic knives. I'll probably have to go get more. Let us begin. So yeah, I just cut this table in half using plastic knives.
At this time, I don't think Mr. Beast knew about the YouTube algorithm like that. It was just him doing random stuff until something hit. But I can explain to you guys what made this video to blow up. There's this thing on YouTube called average.
So basically, I am fusing what Duke Dennis did to succeed and what Mr. Beast did to succeed. Because I'm going live every day. Except for on February. I won't be able to go live on February on February the 14th. I'll go live. Well, I'll be doing the video on February the 14th. So I'm going to still be in the algorithm. So I'm doing a mixture of what Duke Dennis did and what Mr. Beast did, and combining those two to create a niche. That's crazy.
Average view duration and watch time. Average view duration measures the percentage of how many people watched your video throughout, and watch time is the number of hours people spent on your video. So the higher your view duration, the higher your watch time. YouTube wants people to stay on their platform and watch more videos, so your video has to be entertaining to get that high viewer duration and watch time. As with YouTube videos, you can kind of manipulate your content by adding fancy edits and great audio to keep viewers' attention. But Mr. Beast went completely left field with this situation and just made an interesting video idea. It didn't have crazy edits, it was just insane, and people watched it all the way through because they wanted to see, can a plastic knife really cut a table? Because of how high the metrics were, it created a positive feedback loop. If YouTube sees people are watching your content all the way through or for a long time, the algorithm's gonna keep wanting to milk that money machine and push your content even more until it reaches its audience ceiling, which is the maximum amount of people in an audience that YouTube can serve that particular video to, depending on multiple factors such as your niche and video topic. For example, a video about a niche hobby like underground music or a random.
I'm going to do that. I'm about to do this. I gotta find that one thing that hasn't been done yet, and I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna buy boatloads of certain items. Oh yeah, let's get it.
Trading card game has a smaller audience ceiling than a dancing cat video because anybody can watch, laugh, and be entertained by it, but not everybody can relate to listening to underground music or an obscure trading card game like Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Magic the Gathering or even Pokemon. Anyways, you get the point. That's why that cutting a table in half video did really well for Mr. Beast, because anybody can watch it. We all know what a plastic knife and table is. It's not a niche hobby, it's something we use every single day, so the audience ceiling was naturally high for that type of video. Mr. Beast's most viewed video has over 755 million views. YouTube's got this thing called CPM and RPM, which means cost per mil and revenue per mil. CPM is how much money advertisers are willing to pay for your content per 1,000 views. YouTube takes a 45% cut, which turns into RPM, which is how
File your taxes 100% free in the app if you didn't file with us last year. Just file with TurboTax Do-It-Yourself by
much you get paid per 1,000 views. Mr. Beast makes entertainment content, which has an average CPM of $2.74. With YouTube's 45% cut, his RPM would be $1.51. Now that I just gave you that info, I'll leave you guys to do the math as to how much Mr. Beast made off that one video. If you can't do it yourself, don't worry. I explain it later on in the video, so keep watching. During that summer, Mr. Beast experimented with different forms of content, as he wanted to replicate the success Cutting a Table in Half gave him. One in particular called the Worst series, where he would review the worst intros, thumbnails, and banners on YouTube, and even the worst Amazon reviews. Funny enough, this was one of my favorite series of Mr. Beast, as I started watching in May 2016. This series and a handful of other videos shot him to 100,000 subscribers on July 8th, 2016. The reason why this series did so well is because nobody was doing this at the time on YouTube, and even if they were, it wasn't as funny as Mr. Beast, as he would crack a lot of nonchalant, sarcastic jokes in these videos, with a mixture of edgy humor. So this caused people to watch it all the way through because it was entertaining, and people were genuinely curious to see who was the next worst person. Unfortunately, human beings thrive on negativity because we evolved to spot threats more than things that would give us happiness or neutral feelings, as those threats will cause us to react faster. The fall was nearing, and college was soon for Mr. Beast. His mom told him he could stay in the house if he goes to college, but if he doesn't, then he has to leave the house.
You drop out of college, you gotta leave my house.
So Mr. Beast, being under that pressure, decided, dang man, let me just stay home and go to school. So Mr. Beast went off to community college later that fall. His mom specifically enrolled him into a community college because it was much cheaper, and his mom knew dang well she wasn't gonna risk all that money for university to a child that's not even sure he wants to go to college. So Mr. Beast went to college for 2 weeks and then all of a sudden stopped going to classes. For another 2-week period, he would pretend like he was going to classes just so his mom wouldn't question him.
I think he went to school for 2 weeks, and then I think he pretended to go to school for 2 weeks. Whenever I'm working academics for his football team.
100%. You're like, I know.
During the time he was supposed to be at college, he was actually recording YouTube videos. Mr. Beast got a huge spark of motivation when he got to college, so he doubled down on YouTube and he started seeing results. But Mr. Beast's mom started to notice some inconsistencies.
So I'm going like, okay, don't you have enough time to do on Sunday night for this? And, you know, and I'm not really getting some good solid answers out of this.
Eventually, Mr. Beast couldn't keep lying to his mom, and he had to tell her the truth at some point.
So finally he was just tired of tap dancing, and he goes, yeah, I dropped out, haven't been.
With Mr. Beast's mom hearing this, she had to make the hard decision. She had to kick him out and tell him to get the heck out the house.
Okay, then you have to leave my house. It was so sad. I tell you, it was the saddest thing I ever did.
The fact that his mom regrets it shows that she's a great mother and actually cares for her child, but she clearly wanted to lay down some boundaries. Mr. Beast's mom was supportive but realistic. Fortunately, Mr. Beast saw this coming, and he was making enough money from YouTube at the time to live by himself.
He was definitely financially prepared to do this.
Yeah, that's awesome. And you pushed him to a place where he had to be accountable for the decision.
Even though his channel wasn't that big yet, he was consistently making around $1,000 a month, which was more than enough for an 18-year-old college dropout. 1 week later, after breaking the news to his mom, Mr. Beast moved out of her house and ended up getting his own apartment for $720 a month, which is actually a steal, but I'm assuming it's because the cost of living in Mr. Beast's area in North Carolina is much cheaper than the average. Mr. Beast invited Chris Tyson to move in with him, but Chris said he didn't know if he could afford it. Mr. Beast said, I got you, I just need to get out of here. With this newfound freedom and motivation, Mr. Beast had no excuse but to go up from here. He had a strict routine of waking up, making videos, and going straight back to bed. Mr. Beast had been living alone for 4 months now. He was just doing anything to garner attention at this point. And then one day, Chris Tyson showed Mr. Beast Naruto, a very popular shonen anime, and one of my favorite animes of all time. And I say that with a lot of passion because I've watched over 200 anime series. But anyways, this story's not about me, it's about Mr. Beast. On January 2017, Mr. Beast was trying to figure out how he could make content while also trying to binge watch Naruto. So he came up with a genius idea where he counted from 1 to 100,000 in one sitting while watching the show, and it instantly blew up.
And that's when he decided to count to 100,000, which is really his first breakout video.
With over 1 million views within the first month, and it's now sitting at 31 million views. This video was so big, it was even on the news.
You know, got picked up by a TV channel, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Like, who's this crazy person?
The reason why this video blew up for Mr. Beast was because it was unusual for the time. Who's genuinely insane enough to want to count from 1 to 100,000 in one sitting? And for 40 hours, who has time for that? Nobody, and that's why it blew up. Remember when I was talking about watch time earlier? This is the same situation, but on a wider scale. He had a crazy topic, and the video was so long, people watched it all the way through, which boosted Mr. Beast's watch time. If YouTube sees that hundreds of thousands to millions of people are sitting through a 24-hour video, they're gonna keep milking your content and push it out to more people because it benefits YouTube. More people sticking on the platform equals more time spent on YouTube and more videos they'll watch. And on top of that, the CTR of the video, also known as click-through rate, which measures how effective your title and thumbnail is, was likely high as well, just due to the absurd nature of the title. The thumbnail was super simple, but the fact that he followed through with it with the content, especially in the first 15 seconds of the video, hooked the viewers in. After seeing this crazy success, Mr. Beast doubled down on these crazy video ideas and essentially made his content about crazy challenges the average person wouldn't do, which made his content super interesting. And because most people wouldn't do it, Mr. Beast set a high barrier to entry for this content format, so it'll be hard for other people to replicate. So he virtually had no competition and was dominating this niche. Like, come on, what sane person is gonna be watching Dance Till You're Dead for 10 hours or spinning a fidget spinner for 24 hours? Fun fact, he actually got the world record for that. Bros just be completing random side quests. Capitalizing on this content style shot Mr. Beast to 1 million subscribers on May 6, 2017. Even though Mr. Beast was dominating this content format, he still wanted to differentiate himself. So he managed to convince a sponsor named Quid to give him $10,000 for a YouTube video. Initially, Quid was like, no, but Mr. Beast said, please double it and I'll give it to a homeless person. Surprisingly, after a 3-hour-long conversation, they agreed to it. So Jimmy called up Chris and they filmed the video.
This is not clickbait. I'm going to give a random homeless guy $10,000 today.
Astro2Me is powered by Shopify, both online and in person.
Shopify enables scaling by having that single.
1, 10. It's about $10,000. I'm not joking. It's real.
After filming this video, Mr. Beast said this felt fulfilling, as he was helping somebody in dire need. And to his surprise, it got 2.5 million views in less than 2 months. This was the spark of one of Mr. Beast's charitable acts that he would continue to do on his channel. To this day, he continued doing this with pizza delivery men, Twitch streamers, Uber drivers, and just people that needed it. He even gave his mom a $100,000 check to pay off her house.
I wanted to give you a check.
No, Jimmy. For my mortgage?
Oh, should we get all emotional for the video?
Oh my god.
Where's the house mortgage place? I just gave it to him for you. The house mortgage place.
Most people know Mr. Beast nowadays for giving away lots of money, and also spending lots of money for doing crazy challenges, answering the world's weirdest questions. It didn't matter how absurd or dumb the questions were, people wanted to see it. Mr. Beast would reinvest all the earnings from his videos, including sponsors, to fund his next content. So it became this ever-increasing money cycle, where each video would blow up and he would get more money from sponsors, and then that would blow up and he would get more money from sponsors, and you get the point. So it became Mr. Beast's motto to make the best video possible, while also helping people out.
Would you rather have this $10,000 in cash or this key that goes to something expensive? You have 10 seconds to decide.
The key.
Javier!
No way!
No way! A brand new car. It's worth $26,000.
Most YouTubers grow, get to a high point, and then fall off because they fail to innovate. But Mr. Beast continuously keeps growing because he keeps innovating with each new video, reinvesting most of his profits back into his content, with videos costing $50 million annually and probably more to produce. According to Mr. Beast, each of his videos costs around 350,000 to 3.5 million views per video, and that was over a year ago when he said that, so it could cost even more.
2 years ago we were spending $100,000 a video, now we're spending probably 1.5 million a video.
I just reinvest everything I make. As I made more money, I was like, I want to spend it on videos somehow. That was just my mindset.
To make his content much more entertaining, he invited more of his friends into the videos. Some you may know as Carl, Chandler, Jake the Viking, Garrett, Tyler, Tarek, Chris, and Nolan. It was now the year 2018. With all these factors combined, Mr. Beast would hyper-analyze the statistics on his YouTube videos to optimize for the best watch time, CTR, average view duration, and overall engagement, as trying to perfect these would bring him to the widest audience possible. As far as click-through rate goes, Mr. Beast's titles were short and snappy, and always had a level of shock value. His thumbnails were very simple and showed you what the title consisted of, with lots of contrasting colors and vivid emotion. You guys have to understand that over 50% of people that watch YouTube watch it on their phone, and surprisingly the number of people watching it on their TV is getting higher too, because people are treating YouTube like the new age television. Not many people are watching traditional cable anymore, so Mr. Beast knows that thumbnails need to grab attention immediately and be readable on smaller screens and eye-catching on bigger screens. How many times have you found yourself scrolling through YouTube and seeing a video with an uninteresting long title or a messy and crowded thumbnail? Mr. Beast is aware of that. The internet moves fast and our attention span is super low nowadays. The average human attention span is shorter than a goldfish, and it's 8 seconds versus a goldfish's 9 seconds. So having a good title and thumbnail was really crucial to getting viewership. Even if Mr. Beast got people to click his videos, it doesn't promise that they're gonna stay and watch the whole thing. So this is where watch time and average view duration comes into play. The first thing Mr. Beast does is get straight to the point in the intro of the video, also called the hook. How many times have you watched a YouTube video where somebody's waffling around talking about something that doesn't even relate to the topic until the 2-minute mark? Isn't it a complete waste of your time? The first 15 seconds are the most important, and if you can't hook people within those first 15 seconds quick enough, they're gone and off to watch a new video that captures their attention better. That's why at the beginning of every single Mr. Beast video, he literally tells you what he's gonna do the second the video starts.
I've gathered 50 of the biggest YouTubers on the planet, and whichever one lasts the longest in this queue.
With Ninja Print On Demand, your business will boom. Ninja Print On Demand is the easiest way to start selling.
With that $1 million for their subscribers. Never before seen in YouTube history.
That was literally the first 15 seconds of that video. You see how he got straight to the point? Mr. Beast set the premise, stakes, and twist all in that short time period. He also knows how to make a clear story structure with a beginning, middle, and end. And most of his problems aren't even solved until the end of the video anyway, which forces people to stay and watch until the end. His video length can range from 10 to 30 minutes, but because of his retention tactics and pacing, such as constantly adding stakes that keeps viewers glued to their chairs, humor with lots of energy, energy, and moments that are more emotional and slower. These retention tactics make people want to watch all the way through. Another reason Mr. Beast grew so quick was because he was a master at content theme. Most viral videos on YouTube are either reactions, challenges, drama videos, pranks, money related, or they show other large influencers such as YouTubers and streamers, or celebrities in their content. Mr. Beast was clever by having a combination of all these viral themes in most of his videos, resulting in tens of millions to even hundreds of millions of views. He even went as far as to dub his videos in different languages, such as Spanish, Japanese, and Hindi, so people in non-English speaking countries can watch his content. As time went on, Mr. Beast wanted to expand his brand, and 2019 was the year he started to do that. On June 8th, 2019, Mr. Beast hit 20 million subscribers. So to celebrate, he wanted to plant 20 million trees. So Mr. Beast contacted a YouTuber named Mark Rober, who was an ex-NASA scientist and also a science YouTube influencer, and they both came together to speak to companies for 8 months straight until they could come up with a solid plan for this. Eventually, they settled with a company called Arbor Day Foundation, an organization that's planted hundreds of millions of trees, and they moved forward with the idea. They called it Team Trees.
Today, we will be planting 20 million trees. And we put them in the hole. Now we need mulch. Put the mulch around the tree, we hydrate it, and there we go.
They started taking initiation on October 25th, 2019. Mr. Beast and Mark Rober got hundreds of creators to help promote it, and it captured many people's hearts, and people started donating. It had so much influence that even Elon Musk donated $1 million. After a month of this going on, they ended up raising over $24 million and planting 20 million trees. It was now the year 2020, and Mr. Beast started a new channel called Mr. Beast Gaming in April 2020, where he would post gaming content with himself and friends, playing various games such as GTA and Minecraft. After 6 months, that channel hit 10 million subscribers. During 2020, he also expanded on his philanthropic efforts, and Mr. Beast helped a lot of people in need because this was during the COVID pandemic. Some of these massive feats include him buying out a whole grocery store, allowing other people to take what they need for free, essentially helping people and families that are struggling get back on their feet. He also partnered with a company called Smithfield to donate 2 million meals to his area in North Carolina.
We filled 6 semi-trucks with over $1 million worth of food because now more than ever, food banks genuinely need our help.
These efforts helped spark the birth of his philanthropy channel called Beast Philanthropy. It was started September 17th, 2020, where every single video is dedicated to helping people out in dire need, from building wells in African towns that don't have proper water sources to helping 2,000 people get new legs. If Mr. Beast doesn't go to heaven for all of these good acts, I don't know what the heck I'm gonna go to heaven for. With that being said, Mr. Beast expanded his empire with a handful of other channels, such as Beast Reacts, where he reacts to random videos on the internet, and Mr. Beast 2, where he posts miscellaneous content and live streams, and a handful of other channels in different languages and random channels he's made in the past, with most of those language channels now being abandoned due to Mr. Beast focusing on dubbing his audio on his main channel so he can bring the viewers there, rather than segmenting them to different channels. And with YouTube's new auto-dubbing feature, which uses AI to automatically translate your voice into a different language, keeping the same tonation, it's a huge game changer, as most of the world doesn't speak English, so having that ability to be translated to a different language gives you a wider audience and reach. Around the same time, a video Mr. Beast made 5 years prior, titled Hi Me in 5 Years, which was made October 4th, 2015, came out October 4th, 2020, and he was hoping to reach 1 million subscribers.
At the time I'm recording this video, I have 8,000 subscribers.
Need a UGC video for your business? Find me and many other skilled creators on Fiverr. Or you could grab a top camera, add good lighting,
and 1.8 million views. If I don't have 1 million subscribers when you see this video, my entire life has been a failure.
Surprise, surprise, he beat it by reaching 43 million. On December 19th, 2020, Mr. Beast uploaded a video titled I Opened a Restaurant That Pays You to Eat at It, where people basically got free money and electronics just for ordering a burger.
I opened up the world's first free restaurant. And if that wasn't enough, I also paid people to eat at my restaurant. We haven't even opened yet, and the police just told us they had to shut down a mile of traffic, and there's 1,000 cars in line.
The event got so large, it piled up traffic for 20 miles, but it was a great marketing tactic. This video marked the birth of Mr. Beast Burger, which was a fast food franchise ran by Mr. Beast. When it was first launched, Mr. Beast opened 300 restaurants, which was crazy at the time because no other YouTuber was doing this. It doesn't exist anymore due to inconsistencies with the food and the overall structure of how the restaurant was set up, as it wasn't a traditional brick and mortar restaurant. It was a ghost kitchen model model, which basically means you don't have a physical restaurant and another large corporation is making your food for you on behalf of your brand, which is essentially a restaurant inside of a restaurant. Even though Beast Burger doesn't exist anymore, they still made $150 million in revenue with a profit of $30 million. Overall, Mr. Beast found something else he was more passionate about. He wanted to focus and lock in on Feastables, his chocolate brand.
This is my old Feastables chocolate bar, and as you know, it tastes better than a Hershey's bar.
According to Mr. Beast, most of the money he makes to film his videos come from Feastables sales. As of 2024, Feastables was projected to $500 million that year. I'm assuming it's because chocolate is much more easier to produce and manage than having a large restaurant chain. Also, Feastables is global. Anybody around the world can buy it. That's the more reason why Feastables is much more successful. The year is now 2021, and Mr. Beast's influence is only beginning to rapidly take effect on the world. During this year, he decides to expand on his philanthropic efforts. He does this by creating a fundraising program called Team Seas. The goal for this fundraiser was to raise $30 million to clean the oceans. Surprisingly enough, they blew past the $30 million goal and ended up raising over $33 million.
This is one of the dirtiest beaches in the entire world, and we're gonna pick up every single piece of trash on this beach.
By the end of 2021, Mr. Beast ends up remaking the entire set and game of Squid Game, which is a popular South Korean show on Netflix that's gained worldwide recognition.
I recreated every single set from Squid Game in real life, and whichever one of these 456 people survives the longest wins 456 grand.
If that doesn't blow your mind enough, after uploading the Squid Game video, it instantly was a success, and Mr. Beast ended up breaking a new record for the most subscribers gained in one day, with over 1.4 million subscribers gained in less than 24 hours. As time moves on, Mr. Beast's videos get bigger and bigger, with more money being spent on them, more philanthropic efforts, and larger game show prizes. Fast forward to 2024, Mr. Beast was planning a crazy idea. That idea was called Beast Games, an ambitious reality show costing $100 million to produce, with over 1,000 contestants, that premiered on Amazon Prime with a $5 million grand prize.
I am sitting on $5 million in cash and competing for it. Open the game! Are these 2,000 contestants?
Within that budget, he spent $14 million creating the set called Beast City in Toronto, Canada.
Welcome to Beast City. I spent over $15 million literally building a city from scratch.
The first episode of the Beast Games was launched December 19th, 2024, and the last episode, season finale, came out February 13th, 2024. The winner of the Beast Games, Jeffrey Allen, also known as Player 831, ended up winning $10 million instead of the $5 million grand prize. How he did this was he ended up winning a coin toss that would either have him keep the grand prize amount the same or double it, and the odds were in his favor. He doubled it. Also, another player named Mia Spite, aka Player 952, won a $1.8 million private island. And that's not even the end of it. Beast Games ended up breaking over 40 Guinness World Records. The biggest world record the show broke was the cost of the show itself at $100 million. Beast Games is officially the most expensive season of a competitive reality TV show. Mr. Beast has expanded his business ventures to unforeseen limits for a YouTube creator, and it's only gonna get bigger and better from here. We're now almost halfway to 2025, and Mr. Beast is closing in on 400 million subscribers on YouTube with the...
So, tomorrow, I'm going to work on, and I'm working on a title, so I can work on my hooks to reel people in and make the title believable. All right. So let me go ahead and get off Twitch. I just got my new phone case. Let's watch this, you know what I'm saying? Here is my new improved phone case. Take it out of the case real quick before I turn it off, you feel me? But really, you need something? I'm about to put my phone case on. This is my cat. This is my wife and I's cat. This is Luna. Say hi, Luna. Say hi. Look at the camera. No, look ahead. No, look ahead. She's looking down. Back up. So, peace out. What's up, baby? What happened? Yes, my love. Where you at? Okay. Hold up one. I'm reading what my mod said on here real quick. He said, I think you earned the rest of the day off. What do you think? You'll name an NFL team for an edit. Well, what you mean, chill guy? Yeah, I just got my phone case. The new one. I swear, Amazon, they be acting like ninjas. They don't knock on the door. They don't like ring the doorbell. Like, here's my new phone case. Yes. Yeah, I just been up, about to throw this old phone case away because it's cracked. Now, so my YouTube name is a mixture between all my platforms I'm on and where I'm from. So that's a mixture. That's my YouTube name. AFK from the Spa City. That's my YouTube name. Had to find something new that nobody has, that nobody uses, and I'm doing something that nobody else does. I'm doing a mixture of two different streamers as one. Oh yeah, so looks nice. So how was so this would be, so I guess this would be my day off since, yeah, because I got 30 more minutes until 6. because I only do 11 to 6, because that's when majority of the people who watch me are on. So I gotta figure out a hook, because I'm having interesting thumbnails. I just gotta figure out that hook to keep people interested in watching. Give them the personality, the charisma. So subscribe to the channel, like, comment. We'll be back at it. We got a whole community name and everything. I'm about to fix up the YouTube membership. Be out of here. And I will be back tomorrow. Peace.